Share a link. Starting to take over featured content again. 3 of my videos in a row. It's a live chat. Oh my gosh, no one's here saying first yet. I might be able to do it. I log into my stream now. Oh, Saltor. Saltor's too good. Didn't even say first. Hit me with the lull. You were waiting since other people seemed to get joy from it. I see. But as soon as I went for it, you were like, I gotta stop that. I see. I just mentioned it. Hey, Lucille. Oh, I need to double check if your name is that Dark Souls 2 NPC. No, what is the Dark Souls? Oh, it's, oh my god, it's not even close. It's Lucatiel. Lucatiel. You made it yourself? Very nice. Oh, Saltor was right there. Lucatiel is definitely the best summon for Dark Souls 2, I will say. Any tips for playing End of Entropy? It's mixed base, so you kind of need to decide where you want to invest heavily and where you're willing to give up control, make some headway. Because if you try and just win everywhere, then you'll, against someone of like equal or greater skill level, you'll run into a lot of trouble. I personally like recons, built from the corner property with a lot of roads, and then battlecopters are pretty strong on that map. The forest builds. You won your first match for Fog Tourney. Do some good old Sammy Cheese. Nice. I know, 1,000 subs. I have applied to be a YouTube member or whatever it's called. What is it called? I don't know what they call it. But basically, a YouTube partner. And then I'll get paid. Yeah, partner. Apparently it's gonna take them a month to make sure I'm advertiser friendly. Yeah, I can tell you how much I'll get. It's not gonna be a lot, but it will also let me add emojis, I think. But you have to like join the channel or something like that. I don't know. Who are the top players in my bracket? Well, there's me, and there's Hogat, and at least I think there's Hogat. Yeah, there's like a website you can go to see those earns. I do get a lot of view hours in comparison to my subscribers, mainly because of all the streams. Where's my division? There's me. Oh, there's not Hawke yet. Hawke's in someone in a different division. I guess I misread that. There's Vicus. There's the Fang. There's Comp-By. There's Randomwayz. And there's one of the previous top Fog players who's Chinese. Dream, maybe, is their name? Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I don't know how they differ. I guess we'll find out. Be exciting. Your rating is good / bad enough that you always end up at the bottom of the top tier bracket. Well, only the top 25% of players are actually seeded. Everyone else is just randomly seeded. So they just split the top players apart so they don't fight each other in round 1. Yeah, but I can let you guys know how much I make from stuff. I was looking at the Patreon stuff, but if Patreon takes like 60% if you're doing like a $1 join thing, which is brutal. Because I was gonna do it, if I was gonna make a Patreon, I was gonna make it so the different tiers were the costs of different units. So like an infantry would be $1, and then a mech would be $3. But yeah, if you ask for $1 patrons, Patreon takes over 65%, like 65 cents out of the dollar. So they're like, recommend at least $5 or something like that. But I'm like, wow, but now that ruins the whole scheme of having it all based on the units. So I don't know. Okay. We can start the replays though. We've got 4 new submitters. Has them do Pokemon numbers, nice. I mean, I might still do it. I probably will. Just suck up the exchange. You can't miss out on the infantry tier. So this was sent in by SergeDavid. Is that right? It is. So SergeDavid gets to be Cold Ice. Gets Yellow Comet. And there's also the Commander Wars Custom CO Tournament registration open now. I am covering this in order. That is correct. To start, I'll make some videos on how to install Commander Wars and the mods and all that fun stuff. You'd like to see some tutorial videos on PvP tactics, what to build, capture, how to manage fronts, powers, all of that. Yeah, I mean, I'll be doing that kind of stuff too. I know DJs has a whole series that kind of deals with that kind of stuff. I don't really want to step on his toes. So most of my tutorials have been very much features of the website kind of stuff. But I will also be doing some of the that kind of thing. We'll see how it goes. I'm the best teacher. My teachers did great. Okay, here we go. We've got Hawke versus Hawke. Everyone's favorite matchup. I think Hawke versus Hawke is my least favorite tier 1 matchup. Well, no, I mean, it's close with Sasha. Sasha versus Sasha is also not that fun. You're liking the first Smacks Cup map? It's interesting. How to play like Go7 easy views. Well, you know, I cover a lot of my games, so you don't need a... I mean, I could try doing something like that. I'm fine with Sturm versus Sturm. Sturm versus Sturm is pretty fun, very tactical. You have so much movement. Hawke versus Hawke, you're just constantly having to deal with the game of chicken with the powers. And Sasha versus Sasha, it's the powers just shutting each other down is all they do. It's very weird. Olaf versus Olaf. Yeah, that one's not that fun. I think I hate Eagle versus Eagle more than Olaf versus Olaf, though. Well, thank you, Casper. Grit. I don't like Grit versus Grit. You just threw in one game and you feel like you don't want to play? Oh no. Yeah, that happens, man. It sucks. Just, I think every Fog player at one point will resign a game that they're actually ahead in. I don't think that's not what it sounds like happened to you there. It sounds like there might have been like a misplay or something. But that will happen too. You'll, just because of the nature of Fog, like for instance, you'll have a bunch of their units at really low health. So you like look at the kills and deaths, and it looks horribly skewed against you, and you're like, oh, I just can't win this, and you resign, and then the Fog lifts, you're like, oh, I have like double their unit value, and all that stuff. So it's very tricky. So in Fog, I would definitely recommend leaning towards being obvious that you're going to lose before you resign. Never surrender. How to gaslight your opponent into resigning in Fog. I like this black boat move out here by SergeDavid. They're both doing it. I really like to drop off over here to just grab some properties and then not try and hold these properties because they're really tough. There isn't a great spot to have like an artillery. And it's really just this one base that can easily send stuff up there. So I tend to prefer just capturing this one, and retreating. And then, yeah, letting the two bases do their thing. Take these and then front switch over. Tends to be my thing. Although front switches in general is very much what I've been known for. So you don't need to do that if you don't want to. I'm very interested in this mech buy. It looks like it must be trying to go for the comm tower. Definitely not the best way to go about this. And infantry can get there, I think, faster or just as fast, costing a third as much. You can also just, of course, send the infantry down here to capture the airport, and then T-copter over here. The mech is gonna be a pretty hefty investment in comparison, and still take a very long time. Third infantry on a black boat is the meta. I wouldn't say it's the meta, but I'm fine with it. I would also be totally okay with going for the airport with that infantry instead. You could protect the cities, you mean with black boat right here and then artillery back here. You could do that, yeah. You're still going to be a little bit vulnerable, just because they'll be able to get good information on you. But that is true, you could do that. You'll just live in terror of the copters. But I haven't tried that. It might work. You're not a fan of our artillery on the weak side? I'm definitely a fan of the artillery on the weak side. If I'm going to build a vehicle with a bunch of infantry, I usually go with artillery, because an artillery plus infantry can hold off a lot more than like a tank plus infantry can. Why B-boat to further properties when you can get closer properties sooner? You mean like going for the harbor? Does it even get to the harbor faster? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It doesn't get to the harbor faster. It's just walking there. Yeah, I do like the recon coming out early on this side, because this is very, very common. And if you can tag this guy now, then you can delay the other capture. Feels like a lot of turns transporting and not capturing. It is. That's why I'm saying this isn't necessarily the meta. You can also do other stuff. But because these become very contested very fast, getting to them early can pay off. Okay, both players actually went for a recon opener, but it looks like SergeDavid is slower. This is a much riskier capture to go for right away. I would definitely prefer going for this one and then going over here, so that you're moving closer to your bases. And you're much more likely to lose this property over this one. And it really hurts if you invest all this time, transport everything to go for this capture, you get it, and then in like 2 turns they just take it from you. You generally haven't been yeeting for those properties, and it's been costing you a lot, although not losing you the game. Yeah, I mean, going for these early properties is only going to start mattering once all your other captures have kind of been completed, because otherwise you're just capturing this instead of capturing this. So it's not getting you more income right away. But once everything else is captured, then it'll start mattering. Okay. Still investing over here. Tank, artillery, recon. Recon comes in and hits. This is a very safe attack, because even this tank that is being sent up here, nowhere close to being in time. If the recon and the mech weren't built, then this tank could have been in range to punish this this recon. But even then, I think this attack is still worth it, because you still have more stuff coming this way, and it is going to delay any or just it straight up stop any other captures from happening. Is it just you? Is Hawke incredibly boring? I mean, I don't like Hawke, but other people do. Thank you, multi-topic Hawke. Yeah, I'll be working on the burb videos soon. I did say I would reveal the birds. One of them is currently molting, or I guess recovering from molting, so his face is very, or I guess his head is very spiky. Tier 1 is not the most interesting tier. I agree, Inkagark. I feel like you should have finished off the infantry here. Wait. Oh, you mean this attack? It should have been, you're saying it should have been recon infantry attack to kill this guy instead of going for the capture? I would be totally fine with that too, yeah. Taking out the unit in fog is going to be very good. It's obviously going to be a lot safer. If they went for a tank move, then if you kill the only thing giving vision, the tank can't hit your recon. That's very true. I'm not upset with this move though. I mean, assuming they hit your infantry, I guess it is kind of just worse. Is they're still going to take the same number of turns to complete the capture. So yeah, I'm with you. It would have been better. Yeah. Okay, so this is what I was talking about, where you complete this capture, and then your opponent can just immediately take it from you. So I would definitely not recommend going for a contested capture that's quite this far forward, because you just can't hold it. All right. You guys are coming in. We got the tank up here. The artillery is moving this way. Defensively, the artillery is very strong here. You've got mountains and you've got forests controlling the choke points through the mountains. So it could be basically impossible to attack into this if artillery are set up without a much stronger army. The mech has made it to the comm tower. And nothing's been sent up here yet. There's an infantry that could start walking, or a transport copter could be built. Okay, this recon spots this infantry, gets trapped against it. Oh, delays for a turn. Okay, definitely the right play. There's no way you can escape the recon there. You can try to walk like this way to bluff you have a tank on the way, and you're making the recon strike from a 0 defense terrain tile. Try and save your infantry, but this also is effectively worth 2k to delay this for a turn, so definitely fine to do that. Okay. This is an interesting little setup here. So, loses vision on the tank by moving this infantry, which is unfortunate, and then decides to go and kill this recon, which is probably fine. Getting rid of the recon is going to be valuable because of course, all the vision problems. It does put the tank in now a vulnerable spot. But if you're confident in your reinforcements, then that's probably an okay thing to do. Sending this artillery up here might have been the way to go. But also just, you know, infantry, recon, artillery is a pretty strong attacking force for dealing with a small number of vehicles trying to stop you, as long as none of them are battlecopters. Thank you, Talos. Yeah, Deadfs vs Randomwayz is in the queue. Oh, did they not cap the comm tower first? That happens. Okay. There goes the tank. Infantry goes down. This capture starts happening. Infantry strike. Definitely a very aggressive attack. But this is the kind of thing you can do when you've invested all of your vehicles on one side. You can go for these really... This is like the strong side, weak side dynamic and why you do it. If you've invested everything on this side and then you attack here, the worst you can be up against is an army of about equal value. But if your opponent has their vehicles kind of split between the two fronts, then you should just be able to run them over. While your other side just kind of builds up infantry and waits for this side to eventually front switch over. Thank you, thank you. Recon is really slow on the strong side, but really fast on the weak side. That is true. Very, very speedy along these roads, and over here it's just plains and forests. Alright. Bam. Right into artillery range. This is very well set up by Balding Eagle. Or Balding Evil. The only thing that's missing is something to cover against the copters, but these are on their way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This copter is actually going to make it there just in time to protect this tank, assuming it doesn't move and is used to finish off this tank. Which is very well done. Looks like just this infantry is going to walk up here. Eagle is what now? Wow, Fluffy, how could you? Okay. City falls. The city fell. So both of the cities that they kind of rushed for ended up getting swapped over, which is unfortunate. It would certainly make it seem like the safest one to rush for is this one, because it's the closest to you. It's going to be the easiest one to defend, and then you can just pull your infantry back. But that's what they would have gotten if the recon hadn't been the opener. So I think it's still fine to go for this and this, and just accept that if you get hit by that recon opener, then your investment's going to be not as great. Yeah, so Fluffy says no B-boat rush. Yeah, it's fine to not do it. Okay. I don't like attacking from that tile because it's right next to your opponent's city. So they have a very nice launching off point. Woohoo, we got we have a fancy boost. Lots of infantry moving in on this tank copter artillery force. It's very good intel to see this copter though, so now this guy won't blunder itself. Okay, yeah, once you have these three properties, definitely time to start front switching away. Just establish a containment force. Usually like an artillery, even just leaving this I guess could be a containment force. And then having just all your vehicles from reinforcement paths go up here. SergeDavid is actually only ahead by 1k. It's just the one city that's making the difference right now. A very aggressive place to put this artillery. Look. Ooh, goes through this path. Now, Balding Evil does not see. I need to make these order static, please. Okay. Player 2 does not see that there's infantry on these mountains, so they saw the artillery go into this forest. Assuming SergeDavid watches the replay. which makes going to this aggressive forest rather than this one kind of risky. We'll see how SergeDavid decides to punish it, though. This is kind of extended. This backward tank barely doesn't reach. Just gonna do a little bit of attacking here. Finish off this infantry. Attack over here. Looks like we're just gonna... SergeDavid's just gonna avoid all this nonsense. Just kind of build up a force to hit it next turn. Which I like. If this tank could have reached, I think that probably would have been the go-to plan. It would have been something like copter, tank hits this, infantry reveals, tank hits the artillery, or something like that. The patient play is gonna pay off, because now this artillery doesn't have a target and it's going to be forced to kind of run away or stay on the front lines. Strong front's going at it, yeah. Thank you, Mr. R. Okay. So this kind of move signals to me that Balding Evil wants to front switch, because the reinforcements front switch first and then the standing army comes along with it. And that will pay off very nicely with the amount of infantry buildup that's happened over here. Except now this army isn't really front switching with it, which can be very dangerous, because now the difference is that the standing army just isn't getting reinforcements. Instead of meeting up with its reinforcements, it's going to fight without them. And if it's fighting against an army that's being reinforced, it's going to quickly run out of steam. The artillery is just very exposed over here. It decided to stay and shoot at this guy. Ooh, a one-shot. That's the double comm tower Hawke for you. I'm not quite sure why this is going to be the tank first here. I would... Okay. Yeah. So I'd prefer to have the copter take this attack, because, of course, it takes much less retaliation than a tank will. But this is fine. It does mean the copters are slightly farther back, which is good. It's easier to defend them against other copters and anti-air back there. But it does mean you're going to be... you're going to have an injured tank instead of a full health one. This mech is on its way back to the combat. Okay. That's a pretty scary attack, and it makes this artillery... Or it puts this artillery in a very awkward situation. It could stay and try and help, like, kill this tank. Or it can just kind of run back, but it doesn't have a place it can run back to and heal that isn't in range of just getting picked off by this recon. So it has to, like, run all the way back here, I guess, and get covered by the forces. Okay, going for some of these infantry. Going to hit this copter. Hitting it from the forest is nice if this infantry can be taken out. Slow build up over here. You can really, if you see that your opponent has so much stuff over here vehicle-wise, you can probably be a lot more aggressive on this side. Otherwise, these units aren't really going to pay for themselves very well. Okay. Moving forward, the tanks are having to hit all of these infantry, which isn't great, but they are staying out of range of this artillery, which is definitely good. Heck yeah, your live a great excuse to not make moves in your already losing tournament game. Oh no. Okay. So this is a case where I think you just let the city go. unless you're willing to kind of rotate everything over here to try and protect it. Otherwise, because this does stop this capture, but even from the information you have here, you should be able to tell that next turn they're just going to kill both of your infantry, and then all of these cities will fall. Or if you keep the infantry alive and let the city fall, that gives you more time to have the rest of your forces come over, and then the infantry can kind of join in that fight, where they'll be much more effective, rather than trading basically 2 for 1. So here, I'm fine with the tank hitting here. Probably prefer to have it hit like over here, but in general with these copter tank engagements, you want to go copter and tank combined to hit tanks. But if you have an anti-air here, you could also do copter kills and then tank kills. That's also fine. You could leave the anti-air at 3 to try and tag another tank. But one thing I would say is that I would very much prefer if all of the vehicles were being guarded by this artillery. It looks like this 1 health infantry is used to reveal this anti-air. Instead, I'd probably use this one then, so it could stand here, so that tanks could hit from here and here. Tagging units with Hawke super right around the corner, but it's different because it's a Hawke mirror. So if you are in a spot where they are using their super first, but they don't have a really good punish on you, then you're probably going to end up winning. Oh, another something I didn't even consider, but another high point of using this guy here is it would reveal the artillery for the recon to kill off. You're not sure you ever had a Hawke mirror? They're not very fun. Okay. So yeah, this tank ideally would be protected by this artillery. Otherwise, it's a pretty good turn. Recon goes down. That's okay. Tank goes down. Ooh, recon goes down over here. And this recon barely survives. I'm surprised that if I was balding evil here, I would probably kill off this infantry instead of hitting this recon. I don't know if there was somehow a chance to kill that or not. Okay. You can see probably neither player is going to use the super. Because if you use the super and you don't have a very good, like, turn with it that gets a lot of kills, or big kills, then you are just going to end up on the short end of the stick there. Because you'll do 2 damage to their units, and then heal for 2, and on their turn, they'll heal up all that 2 damage, and you'll be left with 2 damage on all of your guys with no super to heal you up. I like this implication that Hawke is commanding both armies and pretending like this is all part of his master plan. So SergeDavid having this city hasn't lost these ones yet, so enjoying a nice 2k income lead. Okay, Okay, we have the Black Storm from Balding Evil here. So, heals up like 5k and deals about 30k. And we're going to see if any kills happen because of this, because that's going to be the big deal. So, this will be 1. These captures are going to get interrupted. Okay, that's a nice kill. 2, 3. Getting the artillery. Okay, this is looking pretty good. We got some pretty solid kills. And then right here, it's going to look very scary. But then SergeDavid is going to use his super in retaliation. And SergeDavid heals up like 20k and deals about 30k. And all of these captures have been interrupted. Medium tank is to come and get a kill. Kills this copter off, and as well, it's that tank being covered by a medium tank here. I'm not so sure about attacking in here, but okay. Tank moves up here. And you can see now the value's kind of swapped from what it was like at the start of the turn. But Balding Evil now doesn't have a power to heal off all that mass damage. So the army is just kind of sitting at 8 health for now, which is not ideal. The medium tank did heal up though, because it was on a city. Goes down here and kills off an infantry. Doesn't want to deal with the medium tank that's protecting this tank. Moving in to take these cities. These 2 will fall next turn. Or these 3 will next turn. And this one will take another turn because of the global damage on them. Ends the turn behind in unit value, but ahead in unit count pretty nicely. Okay. I really don't like all of these infantry kind of being sent in to try and hold down this front all alone, because those are going to be very valuable units in the long run here. As part of what's going on with this unit count deficit. But still, more of these 8 health units are still getting picked off pretty easily. Tank goes down, infantry goes down. That's why this copter might have its days numbered, but it will be kind of a fair trade because the anti-air does kind of have to expose itself to hit here. Another mech built. This mech has gone on a journey and went all the way down here to this comm tower, and now it's on its way to help in the fight up here. The SergeDavid's down to 10 infantry, which are kind of spread out between the 2 fronts, where Balding Evil has 12, and they're pretty much all down here trying to help with these captures. Okay. Copter goes down. We have a tank get hit. We'll see if the medium tank decides to join in here or not. With this copter down, maybe. Oh, this guy can always swing up. Alright. Everything's grouping together. Wow, this infantry somehow survived. Well, that means that I think this property could potentially be saved. Although it's probably better for this copter to just hit this other copter. We have a secret mission going on with this black boat now. Okay. Decides not to take out the anti-air. Copter kills copter. We have a nice front switch going on, it looks like. This property will be captured, I do believe. I don't think a 9 health infantry can knock this down to 3, because that's a very healthy 8. It's only taking damage from the super, so it's at 80% exactly. And we have a bomber built. Yeah, Hawke on Hawke, everyone's favorite. The game of chicken with the supers. Okay, copter hits copter, and then you'd use your infantry to finish this guy off. Artillery hits infantry, or I guess you can use them back too. Now the tricky part here is going to be protecting this copter from the other copter. Which is being done with this tank here. Looks like it holds. This the forest choke points are going to be working against SergeDavid here for trying to break through. This capture gets interrupted by this tank, which isn't being protected by this medium tank, which is a pretty weird move. So this guy could like walk, I guess, to here because it has to stay in vision, or it could step onto this mountain to give vision, and then the medium tank can just take out this tank. Which is kind of a safe thing to do because you're attacking from a city. So even if their medium tank was in range, you would be perfectly happy. It looks like SergeDavid found a breakthrough to hit this copter with the copter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Exactly. Never mind. Decides to go after this artillery instead. That's weird to me because this copter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 can already reach that artillery. So that's a little weird. That's okay. Get a nice tank on tank. Take out this recon. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that attack. I guess it's fine. Medium tank found another target. Infantry's used it to finish off this tank, which is pretty nice. Operation Sneaky Sneaks. I'd probably stay inside the black boat at this point and just move up, like approach from up here instead, so I'm not so close to the coastline. But there's nothing in vision to see this anyway. Why did the medium tank didn't move to protect the tanks? I'm not sure. I guess in this case it is protecting this one from this side. But yeah, it was very, very defensive play with this medium tank. The bomber is on its way. Okay, Balding Evil has the normal power. Bam, bam. 8-4. It's a pretty good trade. This will now have to run away. It can get away because it can hop into this lander and get boosted. Copter manages to escape. Infantry used to finish off this guy. It's coming. That kind of thing is going to become more viable now because the infantry counts are getting really low. So every one you kill off could potentially mean your opponent just can't capture a property straight up. You have a game against Torture here right now. It's definitely a weird map. Okay, hops back in. We have another Operation Sneaky Sneaks to get a harbor. We saw that in the last game, or the last game I showed on this map. Okay, the bomber is probably going to move into like a central place here, out of range of the anti-air to threaten. Take out the medium tank. Would be it would be what I do. I don't like this battlecopter movement. I understand what's going on. SergeDavid's like, I'm doing an Operation Sneaky Sneaks, so my opponent might be doing one too. So I'm gonna check for it. Much rather, though, that the battlecopter isn't being... It's a pretty expensive unit. It costs 9k. So I'd much rather go up here. Actually join in the fights. Okay. Artillery one-shots the recon. It's pretty good. This guy gets finished off. This one health infantry almost survived the turn. Huge retreat up here. Nothing's going to covering this guy. Okay. Well, it looks like Operation Sneaky Sneaks is going to pay off. I'm not sure what's going on with this battlecopter. Might be trying to hunt down the black boat. Bombers can't hide in forests, so I'd be a little bit nervous about having it so close to the front lines. You really don't want it to get spotted. You go for the comm tower, there's nowhere to drop off the infantry by boat to really threaten the comm tower. This is the best place you can drop it off, and then try and walk it around this way, which is impossible to do without stepping on this mountain. So unless your opponent base skipped the turn you walked here, and then you like walk to here, and then the artillery is built, and then you could maybe try and make a break for it. You're very, very unlikely. Whoa, the wrong button. But if you use a transport copter, then you can indeed go for the comm tower. We have the getaway vehicle. Usually I wouldn't stick around with the getaway vehicle, but I think what's going to happen here is the I would just like go have it do other stuff over here, but I think what's going to happen is that this is going to finish the harbor capture, and then the black boat's going to sit in the harbor, so you don't have to build the black boat. Oh, whoops. Copter is just in range to shut down Operation Sneaky Sneaks. Anti-air dives in here. If it's just an anti-air kills battlecopter with no great follow-up, then it's kind of like a fine trade. But here we're going to see very aggressive attack. The bomber's just barely out of vision. It's going to be a very sad day for Balding Evil here. Okay. At this point, I would not sit and try and finish this capture because you'll just die next turn. So instead, it's a hop in the boat or just stand into or hop into the forest. You could definitely go into the forest and start getting repaired up there. Okay. Very nice mech strike. This mech, it's the mech that went the full journey and then managed to get a good attack on an anti-air. Yeah, I can understand going for this. It's fine. I'd probably prefer to have my copter help out in this fight. And then just take the city back after I win. But it's also fine to be like, I should stop this capture from happening. Black Storm. So Balding Evil again goes for the first super, and we'll see what value they managed to get. The fact this anti-air didn't die does mean it gets to hit this bomber, which is nice. Knock it down to 3. It is going to get healed up to 5. And we get to take out a tank. the recon, and an anti-air. So there's some pretty good one-shots that definitely mattered with the power. And SergeDavid is going to get to use the super. Decides to have the... I guess the black boat can't make it back home anymore. It doesn't have enough fuel. This is a one-way trip for the black boat. And we heal up. And then we do the damage to the opponent. Global damage doing its global damage thing. Everyone loves it. Takes out this anti-air. Oh, the anti-air lives! What does the bomber decide to do? Medium tank takes out, or beats up on a tank. I guess in this case the bomber will just kind of slide forward and hit a tank. Like so. This poor copter is going to get taken out by again another anti-air coming from this direction, which is unfortunate. But the entire standing army of Balding Evil is now at 8 health, so SergeDavid is going to have an advantage going forward. I don't think it's worth it generally, unless you have a plan to buy the cheap units on the turn you think your opponent's going to super. The problem is, like, sure, it's going to cost you a little bit more in repair costs on the super turn, but you're still going to have those units coming as reinforcement to the fight. If you do like a triple infantry turn or something like that, then you'll repair very little in your repair costs from the global damage, but you have an entire turn of reinforcements that's just 3 infantry. So you better have a really good plan for the next turn for what you're spending that money on that's going to make up for that. Otherwise, just build the same stuff so you don't end up having a really bad turn. Is it worth doing it before Winterfear? I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it for any of those. It's not worth it for Urban Blight either, even though Urban Blight does more damage. But it can be worth it. So I'd say generally it's not, but it can be worth it if you have a good plan as to what you're going to do with that money. Like maybe you wanted to save up for a Neo tank or something anyway, in which case, yeah, that's the perfect time to do it. Okay, copter moves on in here, hits the artillery, hits this anti-air, finishes off this one. Anti-air getting away with 1 health is never what you want to see. Bomber gets a pretty good hit there for 5 health. Bomber is still a bomber. Copter has to run away. It was the only anti-copter unit over here. This mech still fighting the good fight. Here comes the copters. No, black boat, why? Is there an APC? There's no APC. It might as well have just stayed in the harbor. But when your bases are surrounded by planes, they can still move in snow. They move half as fast. But it's not even that. It's like if you build tanks, if you're just like doing a tank based, like tank anti-air kind of thing, then if you have a turn where you don't build them, and then you just start building them again, you're going to have fewer of them, even if they get slowed down. I'm using a Blue Yeti mic. I don't know how good it is, but that's what the internet recommended to me when I was like, what is a solid extremer mic? But I know very little about mics. Okay. So Balding Evil's trying to... So what this is doing here is this is kind of trying to move the fight down this way, but it's still insisting that the fight happens. I don't think this is a good play on Balding Evil's part, because the reinforcements to defend this property are just out of range, so starting a fight right here is not a good idea. And a lot of these units are basically going to just die for free because of that. I like these infantry picking on the low health copter. Copters are one of the most vulnerable units to being taken out by infantry. It makes me sound like a math teacher. I am a math major, so that would make sense. I haven't messed with the settings very well, so it could be making me sound more like a math teacher than I actually do. But I probably sound like one in general anyway. Day 26 and there's no end in sight. I would say that SergeDavid is actually like really far ahead at this point. There's no real avenue that I'm seeing for Balding Evil to start capturing more properties. And because of how the powers work in this matchup, you can't really rely on your super for Hawke to get you out of a jam. Because if you, as Balding Evil has been doing, when you super first, you're left in a really awkward situation. I'm a pro math student. Man. This bomber's been getting some pretty good value. I should finish off the anti-air. It's the end of this bomber's days, though. I probably would have kept it back, just because I know the medium tank's still out there. This is definitely a big overextension by SergeDavid. I'm not sure why these tanks are diving in here. But okay, I guess the idea is it's trying to threaten an HQ cap. But definitely this is the kind of thing that Balding Evil would need to start getting back into the game. Is for an overextension to happen. You always assumed I majored in advanced words with recon emphasis. I'm a math major with a philosophy minor. I'm very classical. I'm actually going to school to become a math teacher, so sounding like one is very fitting. Before the pandemic, I was a paraeducator, so I worked with students with disabilities. Okay. Artillery fires on tank. Yeah, this is the price. The price of overextending as the units kind of go down, while your opponent still has a very nice position, even though they had to attack your units. Copter zooms on in here. Unfortunately, it is being protected by copter from SergeDavid. You're aware, hence the joke. I get you. I get you. Elementary school teacher sounds the most fun. I was working in elementary school. The problem I had is I'm really bad at the discipline part. But it was definitely a rewarding experience. Okay. Yeah, this is looking very nice. Very good cleanup over here. Copter hitting this copter. Pretty much the only thing that was left defending this last property over here. I wouldn't keep insisting on this overextension, but I think it's going to be okay. There's not enough stuff really left for Balding Evil to really start pressuring these properties anyway. Can't imagine an angry Go7 sensei. Yeah. Oh, you hit the Black Storm. It's kind of when you're this far behind, you're kind of forced to do it first. It's just you have to do a lot of damage to justify using it. Because afterwards, you get hit by it, and you don't get to heal it off like your opponent does. Like in this case, I don't think that justified it at all. I don't think there was actually a single attack there that needed it. So the retaliation here is going to hurt a lot. Boom. Heal off all that damage. Deal all that damage. Yeah. Really focused on trying to take out that lander. Which I think is definitely not the right call here. It's going to be very hard to take this HQ when you've seen how established your opponent's vehicle count is in defending it. So yeah, going after this property, like these two properties, that makes a lot more sense to me. Same with like this property would make sense. Even going after these could be good. Although the Black Boat can't do anything anymore. Black Storm does not hit units in transport, no. You couldn't pay you to be an elementary school teacher, not for all the cheese in the moon? You definitely do not paddle the kids. You have to go through a special training to even be able to have any sort of physical contact with the kids. At this point in what would you call it? In our education system. As a para-educator, I had to go through it. It's basically just teaching you like basic holds, so if a kid gets violent, you can stop them from hurting others or themselves. But you have to be taught in a way that you don't hurt the kid at all. Because there's been too many cases of like an adult slamming a child to the ground kind of a thing, because they're like treating the child as if they were like an adult basically in danger levels and stuff. When I mean they can be very dangerous for sure, but you can't treat them the same as you would have like if you got attacked on the street, for instance. At this point, I mean, this entire front down here is being won by SergeDavid. I agree with fighting back here at this point. The moving in to fight past this HQ, I think, was a big mistake. But it's okay because of how far ahead SergeDavid was. The artillery did go down. I think targeting this lander was also not great when you have much juicier targets that are much more feasible to capture, which looks like what SergeDavid is focusing on now. And you can see how much pressure this puts on Balding Evil. Can't really sit back here like was going on before to defend this HQ. When the HQ is not really being attacked, it's more these properties that the army has to jump forward to try and stop. And when that happens, SergeDavid now has some juicy targets. That's a battling. It is a real problem, especially with teachers that will like call the cops on kids, because the cops do not have the training to restrain a child. It is not a pretty sight. I'll pay you to take a Go7 hand puppet to class. I am not currently teaching. Okay, this is looking very good. If we look at the buys here, if I was SergeDavid, I do like that some money's being saved up. I would start looking at a stealth at this point. If I'm completing these captures, I know my opponents can be really low in income, so they really can't afford a fighter, where I can afford to save up and build a stealth, no problem. And the stealth will just be the nail in the coffin, because it can like attack these established fronts very easily. And it's not that it's going to do a ton of damage, it's that the economic cost it's going to put on Balding Evil to build a fighter will mean that all of the reinforcements are just going to dry up, and any property that I'm trying to go for, even the HQ at that point, will become much easier to capture. What about the overused Simpson memes? I don't think I know it. Balding Evil uses the normal power. Using it first. No attacks afterwards, so that's kind of the worst case scenario, because now SergeDavid just gets to do some attacks, get the normal power, heal off all of the damage that normal power did, so it's going to literally have done nothing. And then Balding Evil's now the one with a bunch of 1 damage units. And that's just the nature of the Hawke mirror. Using the power first is really bad if you can't get some really good kills off of it. Looks like they're going to go with a bomber. I would not try and go for a bomber because of all these forests with anti-airs hiding in it. But that's okay. Balding Evil, it's still going to be good. Balding Evil resigns at this point, which I think is fair. They're behind a lot of units, and more importantly, they're behind 6k in income. There's no power on the table. Another city's about to fall. That's definitely game over there. Yeah, I accept any submission. They don't have to be your own game. Right. GG, well played. Did you say that some people consider the Hawke mirror the most fair mirror? Definitely is not. Most fair mirror. I will change the colors. So this is a top player game. Both Deadfs and Randomwayz are very good in the standard. I have not covered this game, but you might have seen it. Yeah, there isn't rubber banding in the Hawke mirror. It's usually bad, yeah. Unless you can get a really good kill with it. There are a bunch of really good kills. Okay, we have Jake versus Adder. I would say that I think Jake is a lot better than Adder on this map. Deadfs strikes against this ABC, which is definitely very risky because you can join these together to get like a fast artillery and lock down this base, or do something else with the money if you really want to. Same thing in this case. If Deadfs wants to, could join these two APCs together to build an artillery this turn. That's okay. Neither player wants to do that kind of thing. Spoilers. It looks like Randomwayz decided to go for this capture first, which is okay. It's kind of forced for Deadfs because this is a pre-owned property. But I would say that maybe going for the center is going to be stronger on this map. It's probably debatable though. Did they not see the joint opportunity or not think it was that good? I don't know. Randomwayz practice with the join. I mean, it does. You can. It does mean you're down in APC early game. So I mean, there is compensation with not joining. You also can just decide to not want to do some artillery locks over here. A more interesting idea is join for fast Neo. Yeah, you could do that too. In which case you do a later join and just use your APCs as you want for now. Yeah, D just did the join. I threatened the join against Talos to try and get my base sooner. Okay, now we have the artillery coming out for Randomwayz. Yeah, I didn't think you would hit it. I was like, I'll just walk down and take it. Okay. Deadfs decides to just do a good old infantry attack down here, rather than going for any capture shenanigans. You can bring a recon along to deal with this. Same thing with Randomwayz. Once the infantry makes it to this spot, it does kind of contest your neutral base very nicely. Both players? No. Only Deadfs is lined up to go for the double airport play. Randomwayz does not have that on deck yet. Central capture going down. You have this finishing up. You can see here both artillery are going to be just a little too late to stop the bases from finishing. In which case, I'm not 100% sure it's even worth sending the artillery over to the base instead of using it to like deny captures. But it might still be worth it. Okay. This tank combined with the APC is stopping this infantry from interrupting this capture without getting taken out. Okay, we have the boost down here. Okay, we are going to still see the double airport capture. Is just going to be a lot slower for Randomwayz in comparison to Deadfs. And we'll see how they decide to deal with the artillery overlooking the base. Very cool. It's interesting to see that in top league games, there's room for disagreements on strategy. Yeah, there's a lot of growth to be had, especially in the strategy department of the game. It's hard to look forward so many turns and all that stuff. Okay, so we do start firing on the base here, and it's going to be up to the players as to whether or not they want to try and stop this by building artillery of their own or anything like that, or if they're just going to have their infantry suck up the shots. We will see. It looks like Randomwayz is just going to base skip and then build an artillery here, and I assume this one's going to be coming down here to scare the missile away. Very interesting, actually, that Deadfs built a tank here. Because building an artillery right now, especially, you just go over here, the missile has to back up. You just build a copter. Nice and early in the game. And that's going to help with all of, like, the tanks coming in. Ooh. Deadfs attacking in here will be allowing a tank first strike from the city onto the forest, which really isn't that bad. But it will also result in this being interrupted for sure. Randomwayz does have the artillery down here to force this missile back. And gets the tank first strike. And interrupts here. Now nicely has some tank backup. And some more, even more tank backup. Repairing here, I like it. Looks like both players are just gonna let these bases go, or just like be locked, which is pretty interesting. Now the artillery comes out. I don't know why it took quite so long. Decides to move over here. Now, that's definitely it's somewhat debatable, but that is a spot where the artillery can just move to retarget if it wants to. And of course, it does also open up the copter to be built over here, which is going to be slightly faster, especially for moving on to like threaten this base. Missile Chen is the hero of this game. Okay. Definitely, I agree with interrupting this capture. There's only 2 infantry on this entire front, and none are being built to reinforce. So attacking these are going to be very much worth it. You can stop this city from being captured. It's going to be basically impossible for it to ever be captured. Alright, tank finishes off the tank. What did that tank hit? Was it just an infantry? Okay, yeah, that's a really weird move. I'm not sure what was going on with that. Because that does just leave, yeah, this just completely leaves this attack open. It's not even covered by this guy. That was definitely a weird play. And then Randomwayz goes in for the tank first strike. With a tank first strike backup. It's looking very good. Artillery on its way. This artillery decides to move over here as well. Okay. Do we have a copter built? No. Well, this is very awkward because now Randomwayz moves this artillery away and doesn't build a copter. So Deadfs can just move back, and that makes his artillery movement down very silly. The Jake normal power denied the copter? I don't think it does though, because Jake is going to have to do pretty much all of his attacks before he gets his normal power, so he'd be normal powering just to kill a copter. Which I don't think is worth it. I guess he would also be normal powering to kill your missile too. Did he even get it? He'd have to do tank, like 2 tank strikes, I guess. We can do tank on this APC. Yeah. You just barely get it. Okay. Well, this is still looking pretty... Vehicle-wise, I'll say this is still looking pretty good for Randomwayz over here. But the infantry count that Deadfs is kind of bringing to the table is looking pretty nice. There's one full health infantry fighting the fight. Good fight over here. Missile moves back onto the plains to get beat up. Okay, so this tank's just moving back to be in range of being protected by the artillery, I guess. Did it really not have a better play? Well, it really can't. I guess it can stay there. It could stay and interrupt because this tank really doesn't want to hit a 4 health tank from this city. So you could probably get away with staying and interrupting and forcing an infantry to get off of this city for this tank to hit you. Because I'm not sure why he's running all the way back here. If nothing else, like moving back onto this city and hitting an infantry would make more sense to me. It's not protecting the arty though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, that's not in danger. That's not saving this arty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I see. It's blocking off this side. I guess that's fair. I still don't like it that much because it's. I wouldn't be too worried about the tank coming in to hit this artillery because it's so far forward. But, I mean, it might be the right play. Okay. Deadfs starts falling back to his own artillery. Whoa. Copter decides not to go after the missile and instead be brought to the front lines to help with this fight. Well... that means that at present, both players combined will have a single battlecopter. Whoa! We've got the lander. I really don't like this. I think I understand the lander play. I assume it's for this base. Maybe, and then like a really fast deployment over here. But I feel like you could do that later and instead take out this missile so you have your air production going. But I think the idea is I'm going to send my copter down here to make up for the massive reinforcement loss I'm going to have from this lander for now. Now mega tanks. We'll see how it goes. Might be able to make up the reinforcements just by the delivery time, which is pretty nice. We have a rocket from Deadfs, or not Deadfs, from Randomwayz. Okay. So weird to me that both players are like, yeah, it's fine. I'll just play base light. Transport Fanatic Go7 not liking a lander pie. There's lots of lander pies I don't like. Your build is crazier. Yeah, the rocket. I'm assuming you're building it to either deal with the missile or to free your base, because you're like, I don't want to just build 2 artillery to stop this. I guess the really bold play, if you're like, I just can't deal with an artillery lock, is you just build a mega tank, and then the mega tank takes like no damage from the shot, and then one shots the pipe seam and just puts terror in the eyes of this artillery. We'll see what the rocket's for. So it can, I guess it has 3 possibilities. It can definitely be used with this kind of composition to try and out pressure Deadfs' army. It can be used to deal with the missile in a very permanent way, or it can be used to try and free this base. Yeah, I imagine the mega tank would look pretty good. It's going to be really annoying to deal with a mega tank, especially if the airports are locked and it's kind of close to your own base. Okay, we have a rocket lander. Okay, so this is probably to free this base then. A very, very expensive solution. You can just do this with 2 artillery. You can just build an artillery here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Build an artillery, and then this guy's just hosed. Because if you're thinking like, oh, I really don't want to have my artillery firing from this base because then it'll be base blocking myself and have to base skip. Well, it's like you're base skipping anyway, so you might as well. Okay, the rocket is indeed going to deal with this missile. Infantry gets built over here to take a shot. Another thing you could do is build, I guess, 7 more infantry, and eventually this guy's just going to run out of ammo. Okay. Kind of a stare-off going on over here. Deadfs does get this city, though. And this city is looking like it. Rocket has been built. It will scare away this artillery. Kind of looks like the 2 players are very willing to stall, judging by the rocket buys. We have a Neo tank. Now we have double copter built in response to knocking this down to 1. I expect this guy to leave, yeah. And now the rocket can't just leave. Gonna have to break this pipe seam. Okay, again, we have a bunch of tanks building up here. Deadfs has the, I would say, generally better super as Jake. So the stalling, I think, probably favors him. Okay, Lander doing some Lander stuff, especially if you build a Lander and then the game stalls out. That's like ideal. That's like perfect time for a Lander. The missile has to run away from the copter. Okay, so the copter is going to be sent up here to try and deal with this artillery, I guess. Neither copter wants to deal with the missile. Okay, so it's going to start just doing a damage every turn. Which is, it's 900. That's almost a whole property's worth of income that's being given up. Alright, we're making a little, a nice wall here of infantry, and then tanks, and some indirects behind. I mean, there is a Neo tank here, so wall breaks are very potential, or very possible, I should say, for Deadfs. And the super is also really easy to get. So these walls are going to be very dangerous to manage. I like that the lander is here to pick up this tank, but then the tank's like, nah, man. This fight's up here. I don't need you. Go back down for this rocket. Okay. Okay, now you're gonna see this is the mistake I made that Deadfs is not making, which is to not send an infantry to just die in this kind of fight where you need these guys for walling. Neo tank right on the front lines. There isn't really anything great to deal with this besides the indirects. Okay. Ooh, Randomwayz is attacking here. Might be to get the super. It must be to get the super. Yeah. So killing this infantry would only give 500 value if it's artillery and then strike, and he needs 550. So it goes infantry and then artillery to get the super here. Now the Neo tank is untouchable, but everything around the Neo tank is very killable. And these units are very fast. So I 100% agree with this move from Randomwayz. I think the stalling out armies would definitely have favored Deadfs if Deadfs was able to get the super off before Randomwayz was. I think it'd be much more painful. So taking the initiative here, I think is the right play. Some nice tank first strikes. I assume this anti-air is going to come in. Take out that infantry. This one barely survives. Just go for the capture. Another attack over here. Try and block in this Neo tank very awkwardly. Would have been amazing if this infantry was taken out and then there was just a complete infantry surround on this Neo tank. I don't think it was possible. Oh, whoa, it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, well, I think I would have preferred that. Send this guy up here to kill this. And then infantry kills this infantry, and then tank comes in and kills this infantry, and then you just have your 7 health infantry block this off. You could have the Neo tank completely surrounded by infantry. But that's okay. Decides to attack over here instead. It would have been, and then you could have both artillery staring at it too. Oh, the pressure. It would have been oh, actually no. I was gonna say it would have been breakable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It probably still would have been breakable, but because the tank would have been here, infantry here, killed off this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so this anti-air, there might have been a way to stop the anti-air from reaching it. But who knows? That was a successful turn. Yeah, first super, very good there. Deadfs still has a Neo tank though. And Block Rock is very strong. Zoom on in here. Finish off some tanks. Poor missile gets hit. Rocket decides to shoot this infantry. I think I don't like this attack. No, I think it's fine. I was gonna say, yeah, I would prefer that the lander like repositions the rocket like here. But there's still gonna be quite a few vehicles, I think, for Randomwayz, so it might be too risky to bring the rocket up onto the front lines. maybe. I mean, the landers here. No, I guess the copter threatens it is the problem. How do you play live without getting tired? You have to get into like the flow. Your kid doesn't give you a chance to plan. That is very fair. Okay. There's some nice property falling there for Randomwayz thanks to the extra movement on those infantry captures. We have some really good attacks over here. You can see the copter plus tank combo and how effective that is. No HP of damage happened. Ooh. So this is usually a fairly reliable 2-hit KO, but the extra defense that Deadfs has from the super saves this anti-air. Could potentially... It depends on how much you care about killing this anti-air, but you can always sacrifice an infantry in to get the chip damage you need to guarantee it, or almost guarantee it. It's very much it's the kind of, if you're basically, this is kind of be like a risk management play in Advanced Wars by Web. If you're winning the game, then you would definitely sacrifice the infantry to guarantee the kill, because there's no reason to like bring in that RNG chance that you won't get the kill you need to get. In this case, I don't think Randomwayz needed to get this kill, so this is totally fine. But if you were losing the game, you would definitely do this. You have to go for those risks. In this case, the game's pretty even, so... And there's like no follow-up kill for getting past this. So it's totally fine. How will Randomwayz plan to deal with the Neos? Copters? Might be copters. It's looking like the plan is to just zone with indirects at this point. I'm a little bit worried about this rocket's well-being. As I'm looking at anti-air infantry copter kills this copter, and then the rocket just gets hit by a tank. I mean, I guess the copter could just hit the rocket straight up if it wanted to. Doesn't look to be what Deadfs is planning. Just go for the more extended units. Ooh. Decides to finish off the 2-health tank rather than hit this anti-air. Whoa. So this is not something that's very typical in standard. Usually this is more of a fog thing where you try and just finish off units, or if you're fighting Andy thing. In standard, you're usually like, okay, it's a 2-health copter. That's weak enough. Time to like kill off the other stuff or hurt the other stuff so it can't hurt me that much. Instead, really wanted to kill that copter to hit the anti-air with the Neo tank from this tile. And I think what's going on is that the indirects are zoning really effectively against Deadfs right now, which is making for this kind of very awkward play. Trying to be like, only one artillery can hit me now. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, diving in on the rocket probably wasn't worth it. I don't know. Let's take out this copter. But the Randomwayz movement boost to hit units that are hitting this, the rocket could have been nasty. Okay, just straight up attacking in here. Neotank is now without any air support. These guys are too far away. What's being built? Okay, this hits here. What's the next action? Why can't I see what's happening? I'm flipping through the action. I do not see any change on the map. I don't know what Randomwayz did there, but now... Oh, I see what happened. The tank hit the pipe seam, which is an unrecorded action. Okay. And then the infantry gets built to go for this capture. Ooh, rocket moving up. You can see all of these indirects putting a lot of pressure on this army of Deadfs. Although they're also very exposed. So we'll see what Deadfs does here. This is looking really, really good for Randomwayz, though. Up in money. It's going to be a nightmare to take this capture back. This capture is being threatened. Army-wise, I think Randomwayz is doing very good. It could be a problem of trying to go for this HQ, though. Because that will, of course, overextend a lot. What is this Neo tank doing? It just hits a copter? Well, at 7 health, the Neo tank can't wall break very well. Although it probably can with the Jake Super, so that might be why it's not being repaired up. Is it possible for an infantry move to be unrecorded? No. I mean, what happens is the tank does hit this, and then at the end of the turn you see it hits it. The replay function doesn't see this happen because the pipe seam for replays is a building, and the unit attacking building makes no sense. So it just updates what everything that happened, like, you know, it just checks if the replay is matching the file that was sent in at the end of the turn, and then updates what it looks like. You can see here, like, pipe seams have capture health; they don't have health. That's the same reason why, like, a pipe runner on a pipe seam will show it's capturing it. And so, like, here, because damaging a building doesn't make any sense, at the end of the turn, we'll see that the pipe seam's been broken, and that's why this infantry was able to walk through it. This is going to update at the end and be like, oh, it's now a new building, it's a destroyed pipe seam. Okay. Randomwayz, you think you mess up here, huh? Artillery shoots tank. Rocket shoots artillery, sure. And we have a side slip. Bring this tank in. Kill the 8 health infantry. Okay. Kill off this 1 health infantry. Kill off this anti-air. The rocket. Go after some more infantry. Finish off a tank. Finish off a tank. Tag the Neo tank pretty nicely. Pull that off and hit this artillery. This is looking very good. Pairs. Battlecopters, I think, have still been draining funds from Randomwayz because neither of them wants to just pause for a moment to kill off the missile. Threaten some more captures, then join cap it. Okay. I don't think I like that join cap, but that's okay. I guess it stops the anti-air from one-shotting you? The rocket's still pretty healthy. Is there a way to hit this rocket? Well, I'll see what the turn looks like at the very end here. mean, it doesn't seem that bad to me. Randomwayz, how do you think you mess up here? You're investing a lot in this capture. I mean, I don't like this guy. Definitely a little overextended on some of these captures. Watch? Okay. I might just be missing it. We do the block rock. Yeah. Oh, so it was the join being not very good, huh? No, the arties did move. That's just a little glitch because I rewinded time. They did move, though. But I say, well, Deadfs could definitely recover. We'll see how it looks after the super. Because power charge is one of the metrics for how well you're doing in the game. Yeah, lots of imagery being brought in, which is good. Copter comes in. Which is a pretty big threat, actually, for Randomwayz, because just this anti-air and some injured copters currently. This guy's on the way. And another one. Okay. I mean, it still looks pretty decent for Randomwayz. I think that, yeah, the join cap was not great in comparison to just having another blocker. I don't know if that would have been enough, though. Can't really expect oneself to completely stop a block rock from being effective. 1K hype! Ooh. Artillery shoots the tank over the Neo tank. Low health battles. Have a nice hit over here. That's a pretty good attack. Oh my gosh, 4 health rocket does 1 damage? That must have been a very healthy 4 health Neo tank. Artillery on the way. It probably would have been worth more to kill off this tank, or this Neo tank, rather than attacking in over here. This is still looking pretty good. I mean, 4K... being 4K up is nice. Yeah, the Neo tank is going to be really valuable when fighting these weakened tanks up here, and then it's going to be able to repair. That is true. Keeping the rocket alive would be massive. Fire rocket. Okay, now the copters breaking in, doing some great damage. At this point, Randomwayz should definitely pull back and try and just hold some of the properties. Not even all of the properties, just some of the properties he's taken. And definitely be willing to start giving some up, because the overextension punish has definitely started. Falling off previous turn, yeah, I would have been fine with that too. Just killing these units and having this army kind of move up this way towards the 2 bases. Side slip. Copter takes out Copter. Copter does a damage. Oh. Oh, that's a nice little kill. These units, the weakened units are definitely going to get taken out, though. I'm not sure what's going on with this, but I'm sure it's fine. Another copter gets built. A black boat gets built. Is that for just transporting mechs? Or maybe for walling off this if you're worried about your base getting attacked? Okay. This is a... If that had killed off the copter, been even better. But yeah, the Neo-Tank repairing is a big deal. They do a lot of damage. Really, I feel like a copter could have found the time to stop this from happening. Okay, this is looking very nice down here. This mech is working wonders. Definitely time to run away. It is just for mech drop-offs. Sure. So when you're falling back, I would recommend to start building indirects to fall back into instead of direct units. But it looked like some were built. You had no time to play. Yeah. Okay. Still pushing for this property. I think it's probably a mistake. Well, if Deadfs gets this one, it is actually going to be an equal property count, which is wild. Yeah, this missile, every one of these shots costs 900. Okay, here comes some mechs. We have some artillery ready to defend the city. I'm surprised this lander has been dedicated purely to infantry transport at this point. Oh my gosh, a bomber gets built. That's an expensive shot. If the bomber had just been built a turn later, the missile wouldn't have had the ammo to take this attack. But maybe the bomber needed to be built now to deal with this Neo-Tank. Okay. The bomber. You're ready to load up into the black boat. Some anti-airs. What? Let's just finish off the 1 health copter rather than continue the capture to put pressure on. I guess it makes sense. You don't really want to I was gonna say you don't really want to break up your wall to go after a copter, but then the wall kind of gets broken up anyway. Deadfs isn't gonna jump on it though. Nice pressure down here though, just very easy, just 2 infantry. Like what you gonna? How are you gonna stop me in my little attack down here? This is a tournament game, right? So it's a 30-day limit, and they're even in properties right now. So at this point, the game will just draw if nothing gets captured, which means putting pressure on this city was very real and something that Deadfs would definitely have to react to. Neo-Tank just living at 8 health. Decided not to go all the way to 10. Weird. Okay. Day 25. There's definitely a countdown coming down. The city is now being threatened. Okay. I feel like for Randomwayz, this is the city that's probably the easiest to put pressure on. Where Deadfs has like this city, and this city right now. Like, this one's way too protected right now, for sure. This one's kind of far away from the army, but it's far away from both armies. So it kind of looks like, at this point, Randomwayz is playing for the draw, and Deadfs is playing for the win. You were channeling Operation Mechstorm. Okay, there's only 4 days to capture property. So both players really need to get their act in gear. Okay. It's gonna be an infantry for 2 infantry trade, maybe? Or maybe kills the APC too. Okay. The stare off is real. It is a very scary stare off for sure, because both players could activate the power to give themselves some nice movement. This is day 28, so it's almost the last time that Deadfs can start a capture and actually get one going. Breakthrough over here on the mech. This is going to be mainly do these few attacks to build up enough charge to use the super for the rest of the army. This is what's happening down here. Oh, Deadfs is trying. So close. Hey, I would like half the army had to go in, so we'll see what the rest can do. And this, I assume this is going to be starting a capture right here. But it's on the, I mean, this is definitely the easiest one to go for. It's on the edge of the map, so you can build really hard to break walls. Okay, that's definitely a hard to break wall. See how Randomwayz is going to handle that. There is a bomber here. Both artillery getting tagged is pretty huge though. Well, there's basically no way that Randomwayz is going to be able to capture a property now. Just a side slip. Is that all you need? You don't need that extra movement? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Mech strike, sure. I'm not sure why the bomber hit from here seems like an awful place for the, but like here seems way better. Because you have a target you can hit from this tile. Okay. We're just fighting down here. There is a join cap that's going to happen here. It looks, at this point, it definitely looks like it's just going to be a draw to me. This can still be threatened to be captured. So can this one, I guess. I guess this one, this one, this one, and this one. Well, now that can't be threatened to be captured. Break through to hit the bomber. Kills off this tank and like block with an APC. That looks pretty nasty. I don't see how Randomwayz. We have the pipe runner built. Oh, there's no infantry down here. If there was an infantry down here, Randomwayz could just exchange properties. Repairs the copter. Hits the APC, then side slips. I mean, I don't see a way through here. I don't know if someone else does. Doesn't look like Randomwayz sees one either. Because this Neo tank is working as a very nice little wall for all the land vehicles that want to get through. I guess. Oh, that doesn't work out. I guess really it came down to you needed to hit that. Randomwayz really needed to hit with the bomber from here. And you could either hit the anti-air with something, or you could even just put the black boat here. Yeah, if it was a draw, I would also give it to Deadfs, because it looked to me like Deadfs was playing for the win when you were kind of more playing for the draw there. Everything else is just fighting to fight. Game over. Deadfs wins on day 30. It was a very strong attack. Very good blocking. Yeah. Very well played, too. Yeah, I think bomber here, black boat here, completely ruins Deadfs' chances of getting this city, because that leaves only a single tile to hit this tank from that isn't this city, because you can't use the city because you have to keep capturing it, which means the tank can't die. Go back, turn 28, and replace the AA with a pipe runner here. I guess you could do that too. That's a very expensive solution. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think just having the bomber hit from here and black boat here is better. Yeah, I really didn't like the bomber hitting from this one tile. I think that was just absolutely a losing move. But it's fine. This is just how it goes down in Advanced Wars by Web or Advanced Wars in general is like it's just like a single tile difference. Pipe Runner saving the day though. Think of the legendary points you get. That's true. You learn the strategy to beat Randomwayz, be a 1500 and barely squeak out a win at the turn limit. That was a very good game. Definitely some top level play. Okay. Next we have Panic in the City and Wulong. I think this is sent in by Panic in the City. Seeking guidance on center control and mid to end game. GG. Okay. Yeah, the Grim one is also in the queue. The Grim Guy one. So everyone's favorite mirror. This is the this is like the tier 2 version of the Hawke mirror, except the power, the game of chicken with the powers is reversed. It's whoever goes first is better off rather than whoever goes second. So a lot of people really don't like this matchup because of that. I also don't like it. I don't like either of the matchups of those mirrors. I feel like it's not as bad as the Eagle mirror, but it's still real nasty. The Panic in the City is going for a very early recon, while Wulong is going for the early artillery to kill this tank off. Both tanks are oh, never mind. Only Panic in the City's tank is trying to free itself. This one over here is just patiently awaiting its death. Do I like Hawke versus Olaf though? I think it's an interesting matchup in high funds. It's definitely not in other modes. You can see on Profeta's YouTube channel, you can see my game against him in High Funds Fog of Olaf versus Hawke. Okay, here comes the artillery. Drake versus Olaf on sacks. Well, that's definitely going to favor Olaf for sure. I mean, copters are a big... And Olaf has better control over the weather. I guess the fuel drain might matter. It is such a big map. It's also a big map, so like building APCs isn't bad. Probably makes the cruiser finally matter to load up your battle copters to refuel. Okay, so we have a nice attack going on. Panic in the City down into the middle here, and being led by this recon. You can tell that this map's going to be really good for recons, because the infantry routes into the center go across these really bend-backy rivers, which means that the infantry are going to get there way faster than vehicles, because the infantry just walks over the river, and the vehicles have to go down and around. So the recon is going to have kind of a field day for a while against unprotected infantry. Artillery starts firing on this tank. That's fine. There are some nice forests for artillery in the middle, so getting those established is a good idea. I really don't like this move. In fog, in general, you don't want to leave your infantry next to a city like this, especially on the front lines, because that lets your opponent hit you from that city. Ideally, you want to make it so your opponent has to hit you from the worst terrain possible. So, like moving here, for instance, would be better. You're like, sure, you can hit me, but you'd have to hit me from a plains, and I might have a tank that can retaliate. In this case, they don't care if you have a tank that can retaliate. They're hitting you from a city, so there's no real risk of them dying. And they take less chip damage as well. Looks like Panic in the City is got a plan to break this pipe seam right away. And because Wulong is not trying to free this tank, there's no pressure on Panic in the City to dedicate anything to kill it quite yet. Okay, this tank goes down. It almost freed itself. It was just 9. Whoa. Huh. The capture points on the pipe seam updated because, I guess because this city's capture points updated. If I go back to the pipe seam, it says 9. Oh my gosh. It's at 9. Goes up. Well, it didn't go up to 10 this time. I don't know. Just fun replay stuff. Okay. So this is looking very good for Panic in the City. Control over the center property. Recon's already interrupted. No real pressure to deal with this tank right now. And this pipe seam that it kind of allows for this much faster deployment into the center is about to go down. Everything's looking just peachy. This attack is a little risky. I think it's somewhat... Well, I guess with the artillery fire, you know that their first vehicle is this artillery. So the tank attacking you isn't that likely. A new tile concept, a tile in which only allied vehicles can pass through until captured by an enemy. You mean like kind of like a gate or something? I'm not a huge fan of that, because it's just more chokiness, but it might be good. Could lead to some very exposed bases, I guess. I think that would be really good in custom games. I don't know how good that would be in like competitive games. I think the tank decided to break the pipe seam so the artillery could go through. I mean, there's this juicy forest to go into, so I like it. What? I thought this artillery went off to the right. It did. Oh no, it was just built from over here. I see, never mind. So there'd be more infantry being built from the forward base. Okay, I like it. This is only possible because Wulong wasn't trying to free the tank. Which just allows this base to build more infantry and have more presence in the center like it does. This property is going to get captured as we both center properties. The upside though is Wulong has this one, where Panic in the City doesn't have this one yet, as well as this one. But this is the kind of city that you can kind of take at any time. So as this game kind of positions or transitions more towards the end game here, Panic in the City already has a very nice natural advantage because of controlling the center properties, which are very hard to take once there's standing armies in place. New tile concept, tree log, pipe seam with recon defenses. I still really want the negative defense, negative terrain star tile. Okay, recon gets taken out over here. Which kind of hurts because it does take a recon a little, quite a bit, actually. Even with its pipe seam down. It's 3 turns to get over there. And it looks like Panic in the City is like, oh, it's reacting to the attack over here. It's like, you're probably going to try and send more stuff in to try and stop me from taking the city, so I'll just start moving my army down to win that fight. But I like Wulong's approach. It's much more reserved, bringing up the artillery, guarding these tanks. This is a very secure position because the black boat's in the way from the front, and then you have the rivers on the side, and they have to go all the way around to try and hit this artillery from the back. So that's a very, very nice defensive position for Wulong's artillery. And you're going to see he's going to start attacking in here. Which is okay. Just be sure to have some infantry around to actually go for this capture. Once these 2 captures happen, Panic in the City will be up 2k, which is a very comfortable advantage. And we will see, it's going to kind of be up to Wulong to try and take these properties, which are really difficult to go for, especially if artillery get in position to guard them. And when you're the one that has like the pressure points like this, it's a lot easier to control how much power your opponent starts generating from the fights. Because they're the one that's overextending, so you have many more options as to what kind of engagements you want to make. So that'll give Panic in the City the opportunity to make sure to get the first Olaf super. And when you get the Olaf super first, you have a turn where your units are full health with power and your opponent's units are at 8. Well, usually you're going to be doing it at the end, because you have to like sacrifice stuff to get it first and that kind of thing. More Dual Strike will be coming on Monday. I haven't put out the schedule for next week yet, though. But yeah, when you have the first Olaf power, you have a turn where your units are full health with power, and your opponent's units are at 8 health, so you get to do a lot of damage. And then the second Olaf's power, both units are going to be at 8 health, both with power active. So it's just so much weaker. And then the person that used the power first also gets to start generating power for the next one faster or sooner. So it just kind of snowballs into the person who gets the power first has the better power turn, usually, and also will just continually get the power first every single time. Okay, we have a medium tank built. Oh, I didn't notice this. So we have a mega tank built from Wulong down here. It does have a nice little shortcut, so it only takes 3 turns to start attacking something near the city. It could be good. Against tank artillery is definitely going to be a very strong unit. More enemies to hit. That is true. Yeah, another issue is Olaf versus Olaf is his normal CO power is less effective. Monday, you'll pay for the whole seat, but you'll only need the edge. I was actually Fionn. I don't know how to say your name. Fionor de Quester. Actually, let me know a tip where if you play a dual strike mission, like a tag mission with only one CO, you earn double experience. So I'm gonna have to try that. Fionor de Quester. Okay, so this is looking very good. Oh, the Mega Tank is spotted. So, this might sound a little weird, but my response to this Mega Tank would probably be a Neo Tank since I already have a medium tank. You could also try and go for a bomber. But, let's say we're going for the bomber. But, Mega Tank and Neo Tank, if you have plenty of vehicles around, which looks like there are, can just kill the Neo Tank. You can either try and like get the Mega Tank to hit something on the city, and then Neo Tank strike, and then Medium Tank strike, and just suck up the shots, or you can drain out its ammo. Boom! So that's definitely going to clear. Attacks in here. This is getting very dangerous into the first power usage here, and it doesn't look like Wulong has enough stuff to get to that first power. This means Panic in the City is going to get the first power. Probably don't shoot the Mega Tank with the artillery, but we'll see what happens here. With the Winter Fury, which is going to make this Mega Tank very sad as it gets knocked down to 8. Although an 8 health Mega Tank can still kill stuff very easily. Or a rocket. I mean, a rocket's okay. Mega Tanks don't take very much from indirects. See all of these nice attacks that you get for getting the power first. Clear out the way, kill off the tank, hit this tank, and then kill it off with an infantry. Oh, it lived! Okay, I guess this wants to hit the Mega Tank. It'll do like... It'll probably do 2 damage, would be my guess. There we go. Comes the bomber. Hiding the infantry inside the black boat. Sure, so it doesn't get hit by the global damage. And then I like this anti-air buy, as this guy did kind of have to dive himself forward there. Seems like Wulong is experimenting with his buys. A little bit. Okay, we have the second power here. We'll see what can happen. This will still kill, which is nice. Start repairing. It is at 1 ammo right now. Luckily, this is a medium tank and not a Neo tank, so it's not like it's going to be able to reach. To kind of chase this guy down. I don't know if we really want to attack anyway, because this is on the city. Okay, it looks like we just have an infantry... Oh, never mind. I was going to say, it looks like we just have a little infantry standoff over here, but this guy does charge forward. Very daring. It's picked off. We have an attack over here. Ooh, I like this copter shift. Definitely, it's been mostly an air presence over here, which is where you're going to expect most of the anti-airs. So, I don't know about attacking over here. I think falling back and then having the copter shift to just take out a bunch of free hits on this side sounds good to me. I'm not liking attacking down here. But you can see, bomber do anything? The bomber went and broke this pipe seam. I don't like that move. What was it at? Was that 55? Yeah, don't do that. That's revealing you have a big unit that did 55 damage to a pipe seam. Plus, I don't think you gain anything from killing this pipe seam. I guess you get the city to stand on to repair. Okay. Fishes off that copter. Attacks in here. Mega tank gets a kill on the infantry. Yeah, all of the units that kind of attacked in here get cleaned up. Although I guess this copter is going to actually survive. And these guys have to just run away. It's going to be a very awkward situation for Wulong, since all of the army is on this side and all the infantry are over here. The army has to front switch through the middle to try and save these guys. Okay. Just decided to go back into this defensive position. Falling back over here too. Okay. So a big part of the controlling the fog map and how the fights happen is going to come down to front switching. So in that case, you see the whole army over here, you just hit the other side and start pressuring over here. You lost to Wulong yesterday to copter spam. That can happen. You gain 10 experience after the match for breaking a pipe seam. Oh my gosh, I didn't know. Oh, we have a mega tank from Panic in the City. Okay, well, mega tanks definitely answer mega tanks. I don't think this mega tank has really paid for itself, sadly. Well, I guess it killed a tank and an anti-air and an infantry. While also having to be repaired for 2. So, I mean, it's doing okay. If it dies without doing anything else, it's going to be super, super bad. So far, this bomber's been very sad. It's killed a pipe seam. Oh. Wulong coming in. The hit on this medium tank. Barely holds the line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess it wouldn't have been like a catastrophe. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It would either be this copter going down. It goes down either way. Or an artillery getting hit from a city. Okay. Well, this is going to give Panic in the City the second round of super again. Which is going to look pretty nice. This artillery pretty much only hit that, but the other ones should probably shoot other things. The Winter Fury, I guess the bomber can just finish off the mega tank at this point. Ooh, it actually survived. Down to 1. Anti-air could kill it if it really wants to. Recon comes in, hits the anti-air. And Panic in the City's own Mega Tank is on the way. Wulong is actually up in unit count, which is impressive. I think it's... Is it just because of the air production? I don't think so. Not quite sure how. But way behind in unit value. Oh. Ooh. Bomber goes down. Bomber did end up paying for itself, kind of. I guess it only did like 5 damage or 4 damage to the Mega Tank. But it is going to result in this anti-air dying, so it's probably worth it. This is a lot of infantry for Wulong. It's 19-9 infantry. Oh my gosh. So we'll see if that can translate into capturing some of these properties, because Wulong has been down 2k for a very long time here. Oh no. Low HP battles. They're always so catastrophic. Mech could have hit the arty. Oh, okay. I didn't think there was a good one in range. Okay. Just a little bit going forward, most of it falling back. I wouldn't like to sacrifice an infantry to do a damage to an artillery personally. That is okay. The Mega Tank for Panic in the City is here. This Mega Tank is going to drain. This is going to be the worst case scenario. This Mega Tank is going to sit here and drain 5,600 funds. So a fourth of Wulong's income is going to go into repairing this Mega Tank. And if it moves forward after being repaired like 2 turns, so it's like at 5 HP, and it like moves onto this shoal, and then just gets one-shotted, that will be absolutely awful. We'll see, though. No build pressure is being put on right now. It's just trying to build up a front. We have a medium tank. Some more copters being built. Anti-air goes down. Some mechs are being deployed to support this Mega Tank. Sure. I would say more recons should be being built. It's just a single one. And at this point, a lot of it's going to come down to the information game. If you know where your opponent's army is and where their weak points are, then you can just wipe them out. For instance, I think if Wulong had a recon to look at this army, the medium tank would not have charged forward like that. Yeah, okay. This looks like it's going to be kind of a game-ending blunder here. This is now up to 5 HP. The triple infantry buy, so we're having no reinforcements coming. But Wulong does have 10k saving up for maybe another Mega Tank. Ooh, the medium tank actually survived being on the city. At 1 HP. Mech kills it. Medium tank comes in to shield the Mega Tank, I guess. Or I guess, no, shielding the copter. There we go. Transport copter brings in some more mechs. Sure. I mean, the mechs are going to start being pretty good in this spot because you know where the fighting's happening. It's around these properties. So artillery plus mech is going to do a very good job of controlling a specific location. Okay. It's now been healed up to 7. It's in major danger of just walking forward and being one-shotted. Okay, it's moving over here. It's going to be healed up to 9. Wulong has a lot of money. Okay, still has a lot of money. Went for double artillery. That copter goes down. The unit count is now evening out for Panic in the City, while still being way ahead in unit value and doing pretty nicely for charge, thanks to being the first Olaf to pop the power. Okay, we're breaking through here. Wulong, this is now... Oh my gosh, this has been a very expensive mega tank. It's going to have first the initial cost of 28k, and then it was repaired once, and then it got repaired from 1 all the way back up to all the way back up to 10. So this is 2.1 mega tanks value invested. Which is almost 60k, I think. Wulong evened up the 3rd power bar, though. Not really. Are you looking at the end of... Or you're looking at, like, right here? So the problem with this is that it's a lot harder to generate power on your turn because you're doing all the first strikes. He hit a medium tank with the mega tank. The wall of artillery didn't really hurt it. It's just the global damage and then the bomber hit it. So in this case, the mega tanks is not worth to repair it. I mean, it might be worth to repair it, but it's very risky. The mega tank in general, I would not want to build. Because it's so... Like, unlike a Neo tank, it's so slow at 4 move that it's always has to be kind of in a vulnerable position in order to threaten anything. Okay. I would say, again, there seems to be an information problem for both players. Looks like Wulong is getting a recon at this point. Panic in the City now has 1 over here. You're going to want more than that. Good intel on this mega tank. Okay, if you have this situation, you see their mega tank, you have your mega tank guarding this spot, put something that they'll want to hit their mega, like the mega tank wants to hit. You can even just put like a mech, I guess. Be like, look, you could hit this. Put it like right here. Maybe on this road. Like, oh, you could hit this if you want. You just have to step off onto the road and hit me. Although I guess Wulong has such poor vision that doesn't matter. At this point, Wulong, if Wulong could see the opponent's units, could actually get the first 3rd super. But yeah, generally, if your unit's down to 1 HP, sending it to the back lines to repair it is usually not great. because it just drains you so much money while potentially not making an impact. If you can repair it on the front lines, like we were seeing with the Deadfs with the Neo tank, or like close to the front line so it can still make an impact, that's good. You can do it, Mega Tank. I believe in you. I believe in the Mega Tank too. Okay, we have a front switch going on here, but it's more of a reaction to an attack by Wulong, who's going after the HQ, rather than trying to like take an advantage by striking the weaker side. We got rockets on the way. This is super stalling out. Okay. Okay. Looks like neither player really wants to do anything here, but they've both hit the unit count limit here, so either they're going to have to start fighting or they're going to have to start deleting units to build other units. I mean, Panic in the City should feel very, very comfortable right now because they've had a 2k lead this entire time, and they've got some decent vision at this point, so they should know that where they can attack into and then pop the super first. This Mega Tank is very scared. Okay, we might have a front switch in play here. Oh, Wulong's using your recon to get some intel. Run in, hit the mech. See what there is to see. Starts deleting units to build more recons. I 100% agree. You need the vision. Infantry walks down to hit over there. Sure, sure. Okay, we have an attack on the left side. We've got the first Winter Fury. Again from Panic in the City. It did so much damage. There's a 40,000 damage Winter Fury. The army starts attacking in here. Doesn't get that kill. It's not a super strong attack, but it's still an attack, and it's with like the majority of the army, so it's going to be pretty backbreaking. We have a Winter Fury response. Did like 50,000 damage. Yeah, this is kind of like super stally situations is where rockets start to really shine, yeah. Okay. Unfortunately, this army's like, it got some really good attacks there, but it's facing like the entirety of the army, where it's just like half of the value-ish for Wulong. So assuming Panic in the City doesn't panic, should be able to just mop this up. Okay, I mean, it was a little bit just on the fringes there, but still out of range of 2 of these rockets, so pretty good. Again, getting the first power gives you a whole bar advantage in charge. Oh, we might have Mega Tank hits Medium Tank and then dies to Mega Tank Bomber. The rockets are doing some pretty good damage over here. This bomber charged forward. It's going to get taken out. And at this point, got some really good vision on this mountain, so Panic in the City should know that it can just move down here and start threatening this HQ. Although there's no anti-air with this right now, so with the airport here, it could be rough, but still doing it is good. while then attacking this group will pretty scary. Takes out the vision. I like it. Sacrifice the mech. Break through here and then copter plus infantry to clear. And this knocks it down to 1. No, it just straight up kills it. Ooh. That was a very expensive unit just taken out. And we're about to have a Winter Fury on top of this. Oh my gosh. That was a 35 or 34,000 damage Winter Fury on top of losing those units, a bomber and a mega tank. Decided not to start moving in on this HQ, but that's okay. With no anti-air, I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, this is why you don't usually want to use your artillery against the mega tank, especially on the city. No damage. 1 damage. Winter Fury. And then Wulong resigns. Yeah, I think at that point, there's... Even though Wulong managed to actually get a hit in unit count at the end there, I don't think there's any way of holding off this attack anymore. These rockets, while pretty good in a nice stally fight, most of their wall has been chipped away, and there's still some pretty good recons back here for Panic in the City to spot them. I didn't even realize there was another mega tank. Yeah, the value of center control too. Yeah. Yeah, the first Winter Fury, it's once you get the first one, you get the first one every time. It is the way of the mirror. I will say that if you go into another situation like this in Fog, investing into vision earlier, and then using that vision to decide what you do with your army rather than just kind of standing around and waiting for your opponent to kind of blunder into you is the way to go. Okay. I can't do this without... Oh well. Back to the bow tie there. This is missed connections. It's a big map, or a very wide map, I should say. Try and make this smaller. There we go. Very, very wide. Do I know this map? I must? I don't recognize it right off the bat. But this is sent in by Neverlocke. Right and the left. Everyone's favorite Lash mirror. Oh, this is the Recons Are Banned map. Oh, I gotcha. We're Kindle versus Andy. Nice, nice. Okay, it's fun Lash mirrors. I really want this a little bit lower down. Yeah, that's fine. Hopefully nothing will ever get placed in these corners. It'll be totally okay. I think Recons are banned because of some FTA thing, probably involving this base. Okay. Ooh, decides to go down for this. Yeah, I like this actually. Got a nice capture chain going on here with an airport involved rather than going for this one first. I think I like that from Mark. There's nothing wrong with going for this though. You'll get more money sooner. You'll guarantee whatever tank turn order the map designers wanted. Which looks like player 2 gets the first tank. There we go. All right, we're moving out. Tank from the 2 base side for both players, which makes sense. They're kind of... The 2 bases are actually kind of across from each other. Oh. You're cheering for Lash. Okay, so we have some pressure from Mark heading up towards this comm tower. It's kind of fine to let your opponent take this if you want to, instead of like using your infantry to stop it. You can also just start capturing the city and decide next turn whether or not you want to stop it. And then like build a tank. Looks like on this side, Neverlocke gives up this capture to go for... Well, this capture is just this turn. It's still going to happen just next turn. While going for this comm tower while it's completely uncontested. The trick is going to be holding this comm tower. Because this base is kind of responsible for over here and down here. While this base can very easily just invest all of its resources trying to take this comm tower. While letting this base kind of pick up the slack on the side. Okay. Mark takes a nice little hit here. This would be what we call a free hit, kind of. I mean, the capture goes through and you don't stop the capture. Oh, decided to go down here for this capture instead of this one. That's a little bit riskier because this guy could hit here. But it looks like Mark was trying to guarantee this comm tower capture. Didn't see the capture interrupt that Neverlocke had there, which is very nicely done. That brings this tank over. Very good. So, like, free hits like this, they're only kind of free. There's, like, another one over here on this infantry. If it doesn't kill the unit off completely, it's not that big of a deal. If the unit dies completely from the attack, then that's going to have, like, a permanent unit count impact, rather than just, like, a little bit of repairs that you have to have on an infantry. So this is looking pretty good for Neverlocke. We have this comm tower. Some nice pressure on this one. But it looks like Mark is prepared to just take this comm tower back using artillery, tank, and a little infantry group. A nice double hit to kill and clear this city. It is going to result in... and we have a copter coming down to help pressure here. It is going to result in these infantry getting beat up, actually both dying. I think you have to block this tank off with this infantry. Otherwise it can come around, kill this guy, and then these guys can kill this one, and then the artillery comes over. See how it goes. Oh, never mind. Decides to take the kill over here. So that's a much worse situation. But there are infantry around to kind of get some vengeance. So it's not the end of the world. And I think it probably would have been worse if the tank had gotten involved over here, killing off this infantry. So then there's infantry majority for Mark down here, and then tank and artillery, and then an anti-air. And there's pretty much nothing that Neverlocke would be able to do to save the comm tower. Okay. We have a nice triple hit. Then occupy the missile platform so this tank can't get the really favorable Lash first strike there. Over here, it looks like... Back to see it. That went down. Here we go. Tank, infantry to clear the comm tower capture. Or not even capture, but the infantry on the comm tower. And then this guy's also blocking this tank from wrapping around and hitting from the comm tower. So it still gets like a favorable first strike here, but it's not that big of a deal, and this tank can always go back onto this city. Be pretty happy. Okay, we have nice revenge to take out that infantry, and now this battlecopter's over here, exerting some really good pressure. Artillery in place. Double anti-air. Tank does decide to go in here, which is okay, and I like killing off this infantry and then also going for this capture right here while having double tank, because the only thing that can interrupt this capture is one of these tanks, but they also have tanks that they're supposed to be fighting. So that's very well done. There's your first strike for the tank. This guy's probably just going to go back onto here and repair. Copter moves in. It's out of any anti-air range. I don't like this follow-up. Just going to do a single damage to the artillery. It gives the anti-air a target. Okay, so this tank wraps around, gets the kill here, which is pretty impressive. And then this guy comes over here to interrupt this capture, and then this tank is going to be able to cover for him, looks like. That's a pretty good answer. I like it. I think I'm pretty favorable of how everything went over here except for this infantry hit. But maybe with it being covered by the tank, it's okay. The problem is it's going to be anti-air gets to kill this guy, but then you're also fighting in immediate base reinforcement range. What happened to the tank over here? Oh, it stood around. Well, I don't like it. I don't like this tank sitting around to take this attack. But I guess the idea was my opponent might not be able to kill me. It's going to come down to a roll, and I'm willing to like risk the roll to try and get the comm tower. I mean, that's fine. Lots of really nice missile platforms for Lash to attack from. Oh, no comm tower means that this was not a guaranteed kill. Tank versus tank. That's a good attack. The anti-airs from both sides, trying to making it really difficult to kill off that tank using the copter, and then just like blocking the way. Yeah, because you have to defend both sides. Okay, so there could be some terrain tactics shenanigans that happen this turn if doesn't look like we're going to see anything like that. Just saving up for the super. Okay, so this is going to block off this anti-air. Oh, never mind. I guess this guy can't reach. I thought he could, but this is a forest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it would have to be terrain tactics. And that doesn't work anymore because these guys are just low health and in the way. Okay, so this tank decided to attack the artillery. To make it awkward, I guess, to interrupt the comm tower again. You do have first tank strike here. It does decide to just interrupt. You can attack from the mountain, back up, take the tank first strike, backs up with this tank. Doesn't mean that this artillery is going down. Anti-air's looking very happy. I didn't even notice this. The capture went in over here. Sure. Anti-air is going to have to deal with that. And it's actually not covered by this tank, except that the super is going to be in play. Okay, zooming in here, take a hit on the artillery and then one on the tank. I think I prefer just killing the artillery completely rather than hitting it and then taking this tank first strike. But this isn't bad. You get a nice tank first strike, so everything over here is really injured. And this doesn't have the best targets, it can just stop the comm tower again. So I'd say that's working out pretty nicely. We had an infantry join over here. Make it to 8k, okay. Works out. Not sure what this guy's blocking being here. I'm sure it's something. Okay, so we have the first, I assume we're going to have the Lash super this turn for Mark. Got the Prime Tactics. 3, 4, 5, 6 copter, making sure it's not in range. Anti-air falls back, kills off this tank. No captures are happening right now, so the Prime Tactics aren't going to be super strong, I should say, or very strong. Like, the real threat is they start a capture and then the infantry is got a massive defense stat. But using it just for fighting doesn't tend to work out super great. Ooh, wow, that's quite the counterattack. This must have been a low HP. Like a chipped copter. The artillery, just stand here in the way. Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Very nice, finding all of these little openings to attack in. This attack is looking like it wasn't worth it, because this is just going to heal up to 9, and it did do a damage back. But interesting that Neverlocke decided not to use the super this turn, because that would guarantee this comm tower pretty much, as well as make some of these fights a lot better. So see how this goes down here. Anti-air is covered by an artillery, and it's on a comm tower. But Neverlocke does have a super available, so this isn't super safe. Very safe. The copter can hit the artillery, the tank can hit from the forest with super. Whoa. Not sure why this copter came in and made that attack with the anti-air right there. The Neverlocke copters have been doing some serious work, finding just those little points to attack from. Would it be possible to request the map names to appear on the top of the screen? You could ask the I can try asking the developer of the program. Okay. Comm tower almost captured. There isn't a infantry that can join, but 5 health artillery shouldn't be able to kill it with Lash super in play. Some nice captures over here. Tank comes through. Lash super on a tank on a forest. It's pretty hard to crack. It's like it's on an HQ. Yeah, the maps do appear in the video description, but yeah, fine. For me to have them appear on the just above the map here somewhere, it would have to be a program thing. Okay. So Neverlocke is going to get the double comm tower, which is pretty nice. Is actually behind an income. I didn't notice where. Oh, it looks like it was the city that fell to Mark. The overextension kind of got cleaned up for the most part. Copter, the tanks take out the tank. And this medium tank doesn't have any good targets right now. Copter comes in, does some serious damage. Really good blocking right here. It's like 2 infantry can kill an infantry to let this anti-air through to kill a copter, for instance. But the copter and the tank are just barely in the way to stop this guy from hitting here. So, I mean, a tank could go tank, infantry clears, and then anti-air hits. But then both the tank and the anti-air are kind of exposed. We'll see, we'll see. Okay, artillery is built over here instead of on this side to guard the comm tower. This artillery from Mark has been doing some serious work. We do have a breakthrough here. Kill that off, and then infantry stands. No, infantry goes in to hit this other infantry. Okay. I would probably want to stand on the property so that Neverlocke can't hit me from it. But this is okay. It's its own kind of pressure. We have an attacking force coming in here. The artillery decides not to support this. Instead, supporting over here. I don't like that. This is not a very strong wall, but I guess the mech is protecting it. Where if the artillery was on this city, then these attacks just like probably wouldn't happen. Do attack from the city, then just goes down here and hit this infantry. 5 health copter tags that anti-air. We have a surround on the isolated medium tank. No, we don't. This guy's like, I don't want to get involved in that nonsense. Let him run away. Instead, I'll just threaten the city. I mean, it's a pretty good threat. Mark has the super here. I guess this is, yeah, he gets freed over here anyway. Medium tank kills tank. Copter hits this tank. What did these tanks do last turn? Oh, okay, they killed a tank. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Eat up a bit. We have a Lash super going for this capture. Tank for a strike. Tank doesn't quite finish it off. Artillery covering from across the water to protect the property. We're gonna see Double tank takes out tank. This is looking very scary down here now for Neverlocke. We have 2 tanks versus 1. Or 3 tanks versus 1. Okay. Anti-air is used to hit here, which is a little risky because it is going to get hit by the artillery. And then this copter can start switching on over. And it looks like Neverlocke is going to be, again, pretty conservative with this Lash super. Go 1 HP tank. Which means that Mark gets a really strong, almost like a double turn, because a lot of stuff isn't very attackable against a Lash super. Whoa. Does this not reach? Well, I guess Mark doesn't have any comm towers, so can't pull any shenanigans to clear this tank off the comm tower. Okay. So right now Neverlocke is doing pretty good in the income. Has double comm tower, which is helping a lot in these fights, but has been getting kind of beat up by these Lash supers. This medium tank has been doing this job. It's kind of it's like being surrounded, but it's being surrounded by all of the units it was targeting anyway. So I'd rather these guys just like retreat to heal up or something. Usually when you want to surround him, you're stopping him from hitting something else, which I guess in this case is this anti-air, but you didn't need to stop him from moving down here or over here to do that. Okay. He does indeed kill off the artillery. I agree with that. Letting this artillery live has been a thorn in Neverlocke's side. Okay. Neverlocke did manage to actually hold down this comm tower, which I thought for sure was going to fall. Don't know. I'm not sure why Neverlocke is holding on to the super for so long. Like, it would kill that copter for sure. It would matter a tiny bit because there's power boost over here. It would almost guarantee this capture. There's like 2 tank strikes that can happen down here. I guess they can happen to kill this tank either way. Because you are attacking from the road in that case. Okay, then. I don't like this setup. I think the 1 health copter can just clear this. I mean, it's not guaranteed, but it's somewhat probable. 1 health units are usually not at max. Okay. Mark seems to be getting better at anti-air placements during this game. But this is still exploitable. You can go like copter and then tank hits from this side, for instance. Like exactly like that. So very nicely done. Still no super. I'm not sure what Neverlocke is kind of waiting for with this super. But pretty soon, they're going to get lapped in the supers. Tank survives. Has to send this guy over here to interrupt this. Does get this city, which is nice. Up 4K at this point. Some more copters. Copter tank production. It's always solid because you have to build anti-airs to deal with the copters, and then you have to build tanks to deal with the tanks. But the copters deal with the tanks. And it's rough. Don't use the super till you see the whites of their eyes. Yeah, I don't know why the medium tank died, but it's probably just an oversight. Okay, falling back over here. I've been very impressed that Neverlocke has been able to hold on to both comm towers, because that is really difficult to do. There's been some pretty good blocking here. Although, I mean, oh yeah, this one. Oh, it's a forest here. Doesn't reach anyway. Okay. A bunch of first strikes. Looking pretty solid. Got anti-air backup. The artillery can shoot one of them. Then the follow-up tanks can take it out. So that was a really good attack by Mark in the center here. This tank comes over. Neverlocke still hasn't used the super, so we're officially going to see the super lap. Tank didn't move or attack. Mark is able to get a property back here. Kills off the copter. Kills off this tank. It's the artillery. We have the super. Goes after this infantry. The artillery stare down. Going for the property during the super, very good. Takes out an infantry, starts going for the comm tower. This surely forces Neverlocke to use a super to try and be able to attack safely to interrupt this. Okay, there we go. Tank comes over, hits this anti-air. I guess this copter's going to start swinging over here then. Medium tank takes out the infantry. Tank does come down here to interrupt this. Ooh. I was going to say, that's going to be hard to get against... oh my gosh. But a very unfortunate trade there. So the super for Neverlocke is going to allow this... not be super punished. But it looks like Mark is actually going to even up on properties here. Artillery gets to take out that tank. In general, the artillery usage is looking pretty nice. Copter takes out that artillery. A capture goes down. Okay, we focus down this guy. Just got to repair this artillery, or not the artillery, this anti-air in such a way that it can't be easily killed off, and things are looking good. I mean, that's not quite what I mean. I guess this infantry could just move down here and block the way. Yeah, okay, that's good. Send a single guy forward to interrupt this capture. Copter on copter. Medium tank moves forward towards the army. They might just swap properties here, which is probably good for Mark, who had been behind quite a bit. Income. Hit. The mech's coming in. Tank hits from the city inside our artillery range. Ooh, okay. We're just gonna go ham over here. From Mark, and then down here. I like all of these little repairs. This is kind of what you want to do. It's like a 2 health anti-air is not great. I can just sit it to repair it. If it has a target on the next turn, I can hit that. Otherwise, I can just keep repairing. So very good use of repairs here by Mark. That's to fall back quite a bit. This is a very dangerous position to fall back into because this is a choke point at a base. So they can always put really awkward units next to your base to stop you from doing anything. Like so. It starts capturing the city, so this is looking very good for Neverlocke down here. We have the forbidden technique used in the Lash mirror to allow this tank strike from the forest in particular. Copter comes in, finishes it off even though it's on a missile platform. And this also just gives 10-10 stats, which is always nice. Okay, this looks kind of awkward for both players over here. The artillery is just kind of exposed, but this one's also exposed and it has 2 mechs in range. Ooh, the extra stats keep this guy alive. Join the copters together, sure. Make sure to join infantry together to have a better wall for this artillery. Oh, this is bad. Okay, the bottom right corner is falling. Neverlocke just retreats up here. Does some pickoffs over here, making sure that the tank is in the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Very good blocking by Neverlocke throughout this entire game. Even playing around like terrain tactics and everything. Okay, we have another slow push. Moving up towards this comm tower. Copter or tank comes forward, it gets that hit. That means this blocking isn't going to be quite good enough. His prime tactics is going to blast out, and then the anti-air can hit the copters. But it was still very well done. It was a very good breakthrough that Mark found there. Interesting that this infantry did not like hit this guy instead of sitting here on this capture or this property to stop, I guess, this tank from coming down and getting a favorable attack. Okay. Goes for this repair and then covers it with the artillery because the medium tank could have hit. I like it. Yeah, things are looking very bad down here. Just move this tank out of here and the infantry goes down to block instead. But I guess you want the infantry. Okay, that's just fair. I think Neverlocke wants this infantry here to threaten to start capturing this property. But I'd prefer to just have it blocked there and just have these other infantry on the way. Medium tank comes up here to try and save this comm tower. Yeah, there we go. I don't know how Mark saves this base. This is looking really bad. Another strong push into this corner. Both players have invested so much. And it's been kind of stalemate over there. Artillery strike. Copter strike. The medium tank survives. It was actually a nice trap by Mark to keep this copter here. I think instead of hitting the medium tank, probably should have hit this tank to get the kill. Ooh, I like this attack. This is a very good attack. It's like in range of this anti-air, but the anti-air is overloaded because it needs to deal with this copter to save this base. So the attack, all of these units are kind of wanting to help with this base down here. So attacking from both sides like this is very good. Forbidden deck. So yeah, Commander Wars is really fun. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'll be making a video soon about how you install it and install the mod and all that stuff. For day 30, Mark falls back, clears the copter, so now this medium tank can get out of here. Probably didn't want to have this tank here then. The medium tank would have liked that city. Artillery busting on up here. In the wall, going for this capture. I think probably doesn't want the artillery on this comm tower. Makes more sense to me for it to be on this forest. I guess they want it here so it can check this other artillery. But now this is kind of giving Neverlocke some wiggle room as to how to deal with this, where if you're capturing the comm tower, then you really force their hands. Which is what I assume you want to do if you're attacking it. Oh no, the medium tank should not have done that. This guy comes up here to help with this attack. Oh, I see, this guy couldn't reach. But in this situation, you have to step off and build something fresh, because it's whatever, like, this guy's gonna die. Like so. Strong attack in here. Oof. That was a pretty good attack by Neverlocke into this. Took out the copter. Artillery got hit, and it has tanks next to it, which is the most awkward thing for it. Able to stop this capture, and has the low health anti-air is able to deal with this copter no problem. As long as there's another copter in range. Just one ammo. And then Mark resigns. Oof, that was a very brutal game. Yeah, I would say Mark could he'd work a little bit on some of the copter usage. I think they did a really good job with all of those repairs and all of those brawls. That game stressed you out? I was impressed that Mark held on so well, down 2 comp towers to 0. Not another mirror next? Well, what is next? It's not a mirror. It's a Rhymer game. It's Rhymer as Javier versus Jake 77777777 as Von Bolt. No comm towers. There's comm towers. I can make this bigger now. So this is a tournament game. This is sent in by Jake. Taking a couple dice. Left, right, we're looking good. So Rhymer's player 1. So we'll see if Rhymer goes for the central city right away. Reimer is not going for the central city right away, so that's going to help a lot with any of the first turn issues. And you can see here the difference where if player 2 goes for the city right away, player 1 has enough money to go infantry recon. Where if the opposite happened here, and instead of going for this capture, the infantry went to here, player 2 only has enough money to go for a recon base skip, which would be absolutely awful on day 2. So that's where the FTA happens, and the central cities are a big deal because they're right next to mountain forest, and also within base reinforcement range of like tanks. So not only can artillery lock them down very nicely, but the vehicles reach there in a single turn. There was not a recon built though by Reimer, so this city is just going to go through for Jake. While Jake can just use infantry to interrupt this. Oh no, recon built, but a day late. Absolute nightmare. We have a capture of the comm tower, so now Javier is just as strong as Von Bolt. Oh, whoa. Jake did not interrupt the capture? I don't know what's going on with that. I guess as Jake is a little too worried about the recon hit. No worries, and no needs to be too worried about the recon hit, because you slow down the capture with this strike, and then you get to finish off the slowdown with this guy on the next turn, and then your tank can either hit the recon or not. Reimer would have to base skip to get a tank. Match your tank. But it's not going to follow him anyways, right? Because you can interrupt here and then finish off the interrupt, and then you build an artillery, and then no one gets the city. I'm surprised that Reimer attacked with this recon, though. Yeah, it does get kind of popped here. But yeah, okay, so now this city does go through, and the recon does a pretty good job of just blocking off some access for this tank, I guess. Or wrap around to clear this city. And it looks like on the side here, Jake is a little bit behind for getting the airport up and running. That's okay. Helicopter presence doesn't tend to be a really big deal. The real timing on this map can kind of come down to when do you build the artilleries. And ideally, I would probably build them whenever there isn't a ton of pressure being put on me. So now could be a fine time. Because after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, your artillery can be right here overlooking the city already. In just one turn of movement. Which is just a complete headache. And Reimer is known for having some trouble sleeping, so, you know, anytime you can cause Reimer to develop a headache is gonna work out well for you. What happened to the 1 health? Did I miss what happened to the 1 health recon? Ran over here and got killed off. Okay. I'm not a huge fan of it going over there and getting killed off, but that's okay. Starts going for these captures. A nice block by Reimer to capture this lab. There's another recon over here. So, yeah, it's really hard to justify losing that recon now because there isn't anything that can follow up to stop this capture. I think, because this guy goes on the lab to block just like this guy did. Although it might have taken another blocker to really stop it. I guess we'll see. Oh, the recon over here. I didn't even see this guy. Oh, he's right there. Oh, that's right. He attacked. Comes over here. Infantry helps out. Clears it. Okay. Looking good. So now this is clearable. The tank plus infantry and then recon can come through and hit, which is looking very, very nice for Reimer, actually. Because there's nothing over here to deal with a recon. You can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess this tank will get a tank strike, which isn't great though. But it's probably still worth it. Very strong push. I don't like that attack. I don't know what's going on with that. No, I definitely think this was tank, infantry hit, recon hits here, and then infantry goes for this capture. It does allow a tank first strike, but shutting this whole thing down, like you just build a copter. So that was a little weird. I like this tank chain or tank coverage that Jake has going on here with this attack to finish off this recon. Labs do not give income. The only thing that labs do on this map is because there's no HQ. If you have no labs, you will lose the game. As long as you have one lab, you are still in it. In the opposite case, if all of these labs were HQs instead, if you lose any HQ, you lose the game. So labs are much more flexible, but they don't give you income like an HQ does. Would 4 labs on the mice map be too 4 per player? It wouldn't be too spicy. There's maps that have just a bajillion labs. They just have them in like very exposed locations all over the place. Oh, 2 each. It wouldn't be too spicy. I think it would still work, but I think they wanted this lab here. If you're gonna do 2 labs, you would do like the center lab and this back lab. But I think they really wanted this lab here to help with controlling the choke point. Okay. No copters have been built yet. But we do have a medium tank from Jake here. And the artillery start coming out for Javier. At this point in the game, it's too late really for Von Bolt to get much value out of the artillery because the Javier powers are going to come online. That would be much more of an early game thing you do against Javier. No, you don't need to have your opponent's labs. Your opponent just has to have no labs. It's not you control all the labs, you win. It's if you have no labs, you lose. Although if you have all the labs, you will win because your opponent will lose. Okay. Attack in here through Jake, who doesn't get the actually there's 0% chance to get that kill thanks to the extra defense that both of these COs have. It was really far forward for this, though. The artillery is going to get to shoot the infantry. And you can kind of see how nasty this artillery positioning is behind this mountain. Ooh, it decides not to kill off an infantry or hit this guy. Instead, just moves over here to help lock down this city. Reimer's being very cautious. The Javier powers are going to be pretty impactful as they'll give a lot of stats. So, being a little too cautious here is letting Jake get a nice breakthrough here. And a hit on this artillery. And a hit on this tank. And a hit on this infantry. Looking very good. Copter strike. There is definitely going to be a Javier response here with a power. This medium tank is out of range of this other medium. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, all Reimer's going to have to do is find a way to hit from this lab. So I think this medium tank needed to not move right there. But it's probably fine. Okay, we do block the lab. Okay, this is probably safe from any medium tank shenanigans. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't think there's quite enough breakthrough power here. I mean, there might be with a Javier power. You'd have to do, I think it might be just one tank short. Now, this guy can reach here. So you might be able to go tank kills this, tank kills this, tank wraps around with the 7 health, finishing this off with the Javier power active. And then medium tank can hit medium tank on road from the lab. That's a pretty costly dive through, though. Neutral lab equals extra life. It would be a pretty costly dive through. The one thing he'd have going for himself there is that the Javier power gives him a lot of extra defense. So it makes it not quite so bad. And this attack would be really good. Do another medium tank. Just, well, when you're fighting inside a medium tank range, that's a great time to build a medium tank. You can see the Javier defense being very good. Tank plus recon from Von Bolt with a tower, unable to clear an infantry on a city. Okay, but Von Bolt is halfway to the super here, and if the fighting continues to be super clustered like this, then the Von Bolt super can kind of just end everything. You have a potential medium tank first strike here. What Reimer goes for. A nice 8-4 exchange. That does generate a lot of power. So now at 3 bars, Reimer has to be very careful as to not get blown out by a Von Bolt super. And this is now looking kind of iffy because there's this medium tank was covering this other one in range. So you can even go... I'm not sure if Jake can hit the super this turn. Like, try and sacrifice the medium tank in. But I think, yeah, just attacking around and taking other kills is probably worth more. overall, and you still have the super threat next turn. I mean, the super would have been really good, of course, because everything was super clustered together. The sacking won't work. Gotcha. We do have the tower shield from Reimer, who had the artilleries get tagged here, which is really bad for a couple of reasons. One, of course, they're now injured, so they're not going to do a lot of damage, but also to actually hit the units that attack them, they have to move out of the way, which means they don't attack at all. Which, as we saw right there, is very painful. And then Reimer resigns. I think that's a fair resign. The board state looks very, like, the stats look very good for Jake right now, but even worse is that the super's coming, and I don't see how you possibly build a magnet that stops these front lines. Well, I guess I should say, I don't know how you build a magnet with your, like, back units that doesn't take too much to function. And if it hits the front line units, you're just going to lose your entire army. Yeah, Reimer having to keep moving the artillery around is really rough. Yeah, and the city does fall too. Putting Jake up 3k. And I guess this city would fall as well, so we have 4k. And this city is going to fall. Yeah, I mean, that's looking very GG. This is technically an early apple. I mean, we can see if I can speed through the next game. Got MiniNini dog. Oh. Rit versus Von Bolt on escaping Arkham. Oh, this is a tournament match. I can skip the last 5 days of it. You want a lemon? Oh, that's right. This is you had a special interaction you wanted to show off. That's fine size. Okay. Going for the backwards chain, totally fine. I think almost everyone went for that. It is high funds after all. No mech buys. No one wants to go for the early pipe seam break. So Von Bolt versus Grit, I would definitely favor Von Bolt. Having the stronger units, it's going to be really tough for Grit to really manage once the fighting is a little more widespread. Pipe runners. The failed pipe seam theory. Oh no. We do have the first pipe runner from MiniNini. We'll see where it goes. They're very speedy. They have a move of 9. This pipe seam looks like it broke this pipe seam is what it did on its first turn. Releasing the transport copter. We have a pipe runner from P-Dog. Zoom! Pipe runners are very speedy. We have a lot of indirects coming out from P-Dog to fight Grit, which is not something you typically see. It's still definitely usable. But oftentimes it's going to be the Von Bolt tanks just completely zoning the artilleries on this map. That and just like building a bomber to break the pipe seam so that the pipe runners can't... Like if a bomber ever makes it to hit this pipe seam, then pipe runner production is completely limited to this movement range. Oh, pipe runners versus grit can be good for killing pipe teams. That's true. I didn't think about doing that. That's pretty fancy. We have our first little breakthrough over here. This is a breakthrough inside of medium tank range, which I guess the I like this little chain. The artillery is protecting against this medium tank, and then the neo tank is protecting against the medium tank. Ooh, that's a pretty scary breakthrough over here. Actually lived, wow. Targets down the anti-air. Ah, so this copter gets to threatening. But there's no other indirects over here, so this neo tank is just gonna absolutely destroy. They're not quite kissing, but they're almost kissing. Okay, go off this infantry. Come in here, get a really nice hit on this medium tank. Finish off the artillery, bring the anti-air over. This is looking pretty much game over for grit down here. You really don't want to be grit having to fight against bomb bolt with direct versus direct units. It doesn't feel good, as you can see. We'll see. It will kind of come down to whether or not MiniNini can get enough compensation on the top of the map here. Well, this Von Bolt Pipe Runner is in one turn from locking down this airport. Decides to retreat back here because this Pipe Runner had a range on him. And also made sure to retreat outside of Grit Super range. Falling back down here, we have a fighter built. Not sure about the fighter being built. I feel like the bomber would be a much scarier threat here. Okay, well, if Grit can kind of get this board state and stall out here, then Grit's going to be very happy. Oh, you thought that stealths weren't banned if you're in airport. Gotcha. Yeah, stealths are always banned in high funds. Because stealths really break high funds. Just stealth spam is no fun. The snipe attack. Boom, takes out the artillery. It's the mech, finishes it off. Holds down the fort over here very nicely. I don't think it's anything done on the other side. We do indeed have a mega tank from Grit. That's one of the nice things about mega tanks, is that since they overkill like everything, the COs with negative attack modifiers can still one-shot stuff with their mega tanks. We do have the Grit missile, which is pretty decent. The bomber, another bomber. So we have P-Dog setting up a situation where this pipe runner can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it can shoot the bombers being produced, but if it does, it doesn't get to shoot the pipe runner, and then the pipe runner can shoot the pipe runner. Instant morale victory. Moral victory. Oh, we have an attack in here. Not sure I like this attack. There isn't really any follow-up. It's just killing off a direct unit on for grit while putting units in range of grit's indirects. But on the bright side here, this is giving P-Dog the Von Bolt Super, which looks like it's gonna hit up here. And if that's the case, all of these units are just gonna get killed off. It might hit down here. These are both two very, very expensive bundles of units. So here comes the Von Bolt Super. Does hit down here. And now the Pipe Runner takes up a nice little position here. We have artillery in range of this stunned medium tank, and then the Neo tank gets to come down here. Take out the copter. Everything gets to come down here now. It's kind of just like a localized lightning strike. Oh. P-Dog was not able to break through over here, I assume. And so there's no bomber breakthrough to kill the Pipe Runners off. You have the Super Snipe come out to try and answer this. So the artillery here can shoot a Neo tank. The Pipe Runner, oh my gosh. Kabam. Stopping this guy from killing off this rocket. Boom. Look at that range. Okay. Triple Pipe Runners. Super locking down this airport at this point. Okay, see some more properties are falling to P-Dog right here. We'll see how much damage can be done with this little breakthrough. Looks like we do manage to make it to the rocket. Hit that. A very cheeky little block off for this fighter against this other fighter. And this Neo tank just runs up here. Gets a little infantry kill. Trying to dodge all of the indirect range. And we build a copter. And another Pipe Runner. I'm very questioning of these buys. Mega tank fails to kill the Neo tank. But the rocket's got its back. Pipe Runner coming over here to hold down the fort. Artillery in a nice spot behind these mountains. Okay, everything's clustered together over here. None of these infantry are very healthy, so they can't go for any of these captures. At this point, if I was Von Bolt, I would start building mega tanks because they're so resistant to the indirect fire. First mega tank from P-Dog. Oh, this Neo tank is cutting off these guys. Soon they will have nowhere to run and no way to get reinforcements. As vengeance, MiniNini is going to kill off the Neo tank. Oh, the Pipe Runner sacrifices itself to save the pipe seam. Yeah, the pipe seam is at 33 HP. We're gonna drain. Oh no, P-Dog's just sacrificing units to get the power here. There isn't any follow-up after draining this guy of ammo. Stops. Capture. So the Neotank first strike here. Really, really wants the power. Gets it. It's right there on the missile. I don't think that's a very strong bomb bolt super. Okay. Oh. Did that happen in the actual game? The pipe? It was to get 136 damage on the pipe runner. You want to try and overkill it? I don't think it works like that. It goes to 20. So that is probably because it's a building. And it went like that in the game. Huh. Well, we should probably report that. Or unless you already have. So I think that's happening because it's like doing a check of the unit died on it. And it's like, oh, this is a property. Properties should have 20 capture point health. It's a known bug. Gotcha. It would be amazing if it overkilled. Heals up to 20 if it's lower than 20, yeah. That was a lot that had to be sacrificed for that. Very funny to see. I like the attempt. Okay. We have grit. Grit stuff. Mega tank's out of shells, but it still has like a machine gun fire, so we can go after the infantry. It should just be any kill, yeah. That could be a funny tech. You could put a unit... You could have a unit start on a pipe seam. And then have it be like an infantry or something, and then an anti-air can kill it and set the pipe seam down to 20 for lower HP pipe seams. Although I don't think there's any way to do it in such a way that one player wouldn't be able to just step off. Okay. Now we're kind of entering into the stage of the game in high funds where it's really infantry count that matters the most. Oh no, you built a... Oh no! The base. The misclick, I assume. We'd have to surround it with water, probably. Oh, that's true. You could do that. But then you just have a place of, like, a plains in the middle of the water. I guess you could surround it. It could be like pipe, and then like a triple layer pipe seam, and you have the infantry on the middle one. It wouldn't be a shortcut for it. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. You're saying pipes, and then a water in the front and back. I gotcha. Does it work if you delete your own unit on top of it? MiniNini also built a pipe runner on the base, and then... Oh, this just runs out the fuel. They pipe runnered at each other. Okay. I would definitely favor going for mega tanks at this point against Grit, because they're so difficult to take out with indirects. Oh no, the pipe runners have been cut off. Bam bam. Tank. A medium tank slams into this. Grit is going to go for a super snipe attack. Start killing off some bombers. 2 bombers go down. Neo tanks go down too. Okay, and then was able to, I assume, build a magnet down here. Build another bomber. Really, just needs to build. You just need to build like a couple of mega tanks and just walk at them. Couple super hits down here. Grit rockets are amazing. They have they cost 9k less than have tread movement. Yeah. Ooh. Being very cheeky, locking this in. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, this is now becoming less cheeky and just a worse play, because it could have. Assuming this kills. Oh, it doesn't kill him. Okay, Mega Tank kills a rocket. Bomber comes in for a nice hit. Definitely an overextension going on here from MiniNini. Surprised, I don't know why the Mega Tank got built down here. I think this base looks like it's under some serious pressure. It could use a Mega Tank. The Grit Mega Tank fights back. Base is locked. Oh no! That is probably going to be the end for P-Dog here. The unit count is just going to get even worse. It's at 7. Oh, the lab's way over here. P-Dog with the respectful delete all units surrender. GG. GG. The pipe runners played a very big role here. I liked the idea for going for the kill on the pipe. And I will call the stream there. And the pipe scene lives at 20. Yeah, nothing mashed to reach it. Apple time! Good night, everyone. I hope you enjoyed. And we'll be back on Sunday for more replays. And then Monday will be Dual Strike. Good night, and have a good one.